We are live on Pop Culture Breakdown, and I am delighted to be back. After last Sunday, I was in too bad a shape to proceed with the show. That's on me. I am recovering, but still a bit under the weather, as maybe you can hear in my voice and occasional coughing here. But we are going to press on because I did not want to leave you guys without Pop Culture Breakdown for yet another week. So, and I have been helped immeasurably, folks, immeasurably by my panel of pop culture pundits who rallied underneath the banner of Xanadu, and by God, made a great show for tonight. Without them, though, we would not have the show tonight. So I just want to thank them all from the bottom of my heart. And let's go ahead and introduce these heroes. These heroes of Xanadu, these warriors of pop culture, fighting the good fight and lifting me up when I'm down. They are the wind beneath my wings, even though I am not fucking Bette Midler. And we have got Gary Ambrosia. Hail, Gary. How are you, my friend?
Hail, brother. How are you doing?
I am better. I got my first good night's sleep last night since Tuesday. So thank God for that at least. And I'm feeling, believe it or not, well, I was feeling a lot better earlier today. And I guess with a day of trying to do activity, and I wrote another video, and I think it kind of knocked a little of the stuffings out of me. But I'm good. I'm here and happy to be. And Rancor Steve, who is becoming quite a video star, as you will see later in one of our segments. Hail, Rancor Steve. How are you, my friend?
Hail, I am doing fantastic. I'm glad to hear that you're doing a little bit better now. I'm great to be here. I'm glad to be with all this awesome masculine panel and all these glorious, glorious people in the chats. I'm ready.
Damn right. My favorite place to be on Sundays. Douglas Nelson, a.k.a. Mr. Nailson. How are you, Douglas?
Well, getting better. Like you, I've had a bad week. So, you have my sympathies.
and you have mine, man. And you've been feeling bad even longer than I have. So, I think you win in the war of suffering. But I'm delighted to be here with you, man. Thanks for coming.
My pleasure.
And we have mi hermano grande, Mexican Iron Man, a.k.a. Mike. Hail, Mexican Iron Man. How are you, brother?
Very well, sir. Glad to be here with the panel team. From a production standpoint, I have taken care of my best this week to assist you with the Pop Culture Breakdown drywall, landscaping, and other tasks of home improvement that need to happen for the show. Yep.
Yes, you certainly did. And all of you applied a good measure of caulk in sealing the grout, so to speak.
Yes.
And I am delighted to have you all assisting. And Andy Masterson, hail, Andy. How are you, my friend?
I am well. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Hopefully you and Doug are on the mend, and I'm looking forward to having a great show, and we're going to knock it out of the park.
We are. When you said I am well, it sounded like Lugosi there. You had I am well.
I was trying to channel my inner Tim the Enchanter. There are those who call me Tim.
Yes, it was perfect. And of course, we have the Grandmaster himself, Tom Connors of Midnight's Edge, someone that I was watching even before I had a YouTube channel. Tom, it's wonderful to see you, my friend.
You were the guy standing outside of my window?
I was. I'm the one that left the bonbons. Replied.
I knew it was you. No, I'm glad to be back. I'm glad you're back. Hopefully you're feeling much better than you were. I know you were just talking about it before, but I want to just talk some pop culture bullshit with my friends.
Damn right. And I'm really glad you're here, Tom. And of course, as always, my friend, you are always welcome. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get down to this here breakdown.
I did it again.
All righty. Now, I'm a little slow on the uptake here, but issue 1, Top Gun Maverick. Yes, my friends, we do have some excellent Top Gun Maverick news that Mike will kick us off on, but it has to do with the amazing worldwide box office gross of this manly damn movie. Mexican Iron Man, my friend, what good news have you? What great tidings have you?
Well, I may lean on my brother Tom a little bit on this one, but yeah, I mean, with the budget of 100, lean on Tommy. With a budget of 170 million and an opening weekend of 126 million, we are currently sitting at a gross worldwide of 1.4 billones dollars. 4 billones, BILLIONES, as we say.
That stands for big bucks, kids.
Yeah.
Yep.
Big balls, big bucks.
Yep. With a gross U.S. and Canada domestic of 691 million. This is a movie that where there were many articles and many people that thought, it'll get up to, 150, 300, 150. It'll die off at a 180. Some people even said. There were many.
I underestimated it.
Yeah, even the great Tom Connors of Midnight's Edge underestimated. In fact, I remember being on Meet, and I predicted the box office opening would be 125 to 150 million that weekend. And hey, I actually got one right. Usually I think I'm 1 in 20 on Midnight's Edge. I think that's the only one I got right. Now, if we look at cumulative box office against other things, we see that Top Gun Maverick is here in red. You can see it. Look, that's it right there. It is fast approaching, well, not fast approaching, but approaching Black Panther, which is up here in blue. Down here, we have Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Boredom Madness that I almost walked out on, but I didn't because I had to review it on Midnight's Edge After Dark with Tom. So I didn't want to walk out of that movie because I wanted to have an opinion.
Plus, you didn't know if a rabbit chicken might show up.
Yeah, that's kind of it, right? I mean,
that's very true.
That's so funny, Tom, you said that because of Shang-Chi and the whole rabbit chicken thing. I thought with the multi-dimensional thing of madness, there might actually be one. But I'm getting the Shang-Chi too. So it's all good, right?
And I am told by my sources, I've got so many videos or information for videos built up, because I've been under the weather. So I'll just tell you guys that I have, it's no secret that I have sources inside Disney Plus that tell me how things are performing. And Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness has not performed very well at all on Disney Plus. I don't want to give any specific numbers, but it was surprisingly diminished. So yeah, not a huge hit. I think probably a big disappointment for Disney.
Speaking of disappointments, Thor: Love and Thunder 336 and Multiverse of Madness 411. I think I'm sure somewhere in the Disney Studios, folks, Marvel Studios, they thought those were going to be billion-dollar hitters. Not.
And Lightyear.
Shit. I mean, Doctor Strange and Thor: Love and Thunder combined weren't $1 billion. Now that's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt.
No, and down here, the little engine that couldn't. Your favorite movie, Doomcock Lightyear.
Oh shit!
It's flatlined from the start.
I know. Look at that. Yeah.
Jeez.
Somebody bought Disney that generic Viagra.
It is. I tell you, it is less.
I was going to make
popular
another
than
joke, but yeah.
It's less popular than a glory hole in a church confessional. Let me tell you.
Oh, Lord.
These are number of days of release, right? 67.
73.
Yes, day 73. And so look, so like day 2, day 4, day 5. So it was out for like 20 days, 108, 112. Like I said.
Oh my God, dude.
How much do you think these guys hate Tom Cruise right about now?
Oh God.
Yeah.
They
didn't know that they live in the danger zone,
Right. They hated him before. Now they're all trying to get a job with him.
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned that, Gary, because like not necessarily, but there was actually some people that were like producers and stuff that were like thanking Tom Cruise. I don't know how you put it, facetiously or whatever, because now that he was able to hold off Top Gun for so long and it was this successful, this is giving a lot of the creatives like a reason to go, well, we want to make it right, and stuff like that. So
Totally.
like taking the time. So they're like, thanks, Tom Cruise, for taking forever to get that out there and it became such a big success. But Top Gun is the exception, not the rule. Let's remember this, kids.
Yeah, but it is a glorious exception, and extremely delighted.
It's still a powerful lesson. So if they can stop being butthurt,
what we need is a couple more like
actually,
this.
yeah, you need a couple of more. There's, but it's a very powerful lesson. If you learn it, then we're all good.
but all the successful movies really have been movies that have eschewed wokeness and been more or less faithful to the original intent, like Spider-Man: Far From Home.
Right.
It's a lesson to the executives. The woke won't learn.
The woke will never learn because they don't give a shit. I mean, they
don't care. They're trying to tank it, but at least the executives have a good example and a model now.
It's absolutely true, and it's a significant win, I believe, for our side. I think there's no doubt about it, regardless of if they're still pig-headed. But I have some information that I hopefully will be bringing out this week that Hollywood is really, I think, with Zaslav, with the grosses, with everything, Hollywood really is, as Ann Landers used to say, waking up and smelling the coffee. I really think that's happening.
I'm sure we'll be able to talk about with some of the topics we have later, but Tom, I'd love for you to chime in later and talk about the final when we get to, I think we're going to talk some HBO in a little bit.
Oh, fuck yes. That's going to be very funny. But I understand that our own Mr. Nailson has some information or discussion about the Aquaman 2 delay, which is absolutely no surprise to me. But they also have delayed Shazam 2. It's a fascinating story that Variety covered. Douglas, why don't you go ahead and go over that, my friend?
Well, basically, Aquaman's been moved, and that's primarily why the Shazam movie was moved as well. I don't think the Shazam movie is having any significant reshoots or anything, but apparently Aquaman number 2 is primarily because someone did a number 2. And they got to fix that. So it's just a matter of wondering which rumor to believe. Either they cut her out completely or they've replaced her. And now the rumors are they've replaced her. They keep it a secret as to who the actress is and that sort of thing. So that there'd be some sort of surprise. But overall, the screen tests for Aquaman have not been very good. And so the high point appears to be the relationship between Momoa and Patrick Wilson, who plays his brother from the previous movie, and they're supposed to do this sort of buddy cop type scenario where they're forced to work together in this storyline for this movie, and that's apparently the high point of it. There's a lot not very great with it, but even in spite of Aquaturd. So. Once there might be even more reshuffling of the storyline there, so that's why they needed even further delay. It was already out that Ben Affleck had to come in and reshoot Michael Keaton scenes because they're going in a different direction from what the Flash movie was supposed to do to their overall franchise, and so there's more of that. So it's of some interest that they might even change the plot somewhat of the movie in order to spruce it up. So that's basically what appears to be happening there, and more than likely, it's somewhat credible to assume that there will be a pretty big replacement because of number 2. So that's the deal.
That stunk.
Yeah. You don't want that floating around. Even Aquaman would have difficulty, navigating the waters with that around. He's busy trying to save the planet and stuff like that. And then you got that deuce floating around. So you got to get that out of there. So, that's the
hope floats. So, so joyous sign. I just don't. Don't know about this whole buddy comedy. Buddy comedy thing you were talking about. So, this buddy cop movie. So what is Aquaman teaming up with a rookie partner and they pull over a squid for
Well,
having what they thought was a leaky muffler. Turns out it just squirted ink because it didn't have anything to do with Aquaman.
yeah.
Well, no, the actual plot is Aquaman has a friend who gets killed, and he has to go to Beverly Hills to find out who the killer is.
Yeah.
And he runs into a few Beverly Hills cops there and decides to wait. That's the plot to Beverly Hills Cop. Never mind.
Lord.
Oh, I just thought, well, they were going to
That's not gonna
repurpose
stop
it
them
and
from
call
using
it Aquaman 2 Beverly Hills Crap. I don't know.
And remember, they're trying to get the crap out. Hopefully they'll succeed. We don't know if they can flush that or not.
Oh Lord. Can you
Well, it's
ever
supposed to
fully
come out
really
of the
get the
water.
crap out, Doug? Does it
Yeah,
I
ever
know
really
once
come
it's
out?
there, it's kind of
Yeah, you got to throw it away.
yeah, that's too bad. That's too bad.
Tom, do you know anything about the Aquaman 2 reshoots at all?
Well, I swear I'm having deja vu here because I swear I said these exact things a month ago. But yeah, like I think that the news is kind of behind on things. But yeah, I was told that they pretty much made the decision as soon as the court case was done. She was out. But I also heard, and I don't remember if I said it here or just elsewhere, but going along with what Doug just said, the problem I heard wasn't so much that Amber Heard's in the movie. The problem with the movie is that it sucks.
Yeah.
Right.
The
Right.
test screenings were horrible, I guess. And she was like one of the least of the issues of the film. Now, not to say that she's not a problem, but like basically they're saying that the movie needed some reworking. So when Ben Affleck was brought in to replace Michael Keaton, that kind of told us that this was going to get delayed. And I knew that, and I said that, and it happened. Shazam was kind of a surprise, but not exactly, because Zaslav flat out said, we have these movies coming, and he mentioned all the titles, and he said, but we can make them better. So that's signal for they're all going to probably get reshoots. The only one that so far hasn't is Black Adam, but I've heard some crazy rumors. I don't even know if I should believe them or not about Henry Cavill showing up in it. So we'll have to see on that. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, what I've heard, and I think I reported, is that Henry Cavill is scheduled to show up in the end credits of Black Adam. But,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I'm
been the
not
running
sure.
rumor.
And I can't confirm or deny that. That's all I'm going to say.
Right. There's
Okay.
for a while there'd been a rumor that there is a Superman scene in it per se, but it would be along the lines of what they did in the original Shazam movie, his face is in shadow or something like that. And if they could get a deal with Henry, they'd put him in. So apparently there's this rumor that they did just that. They put him in it, and there you go. We'll know soon enough. I guess they, oh, look at the big surprise. And then shortly after that, well, what else is there to this? Is there, another Man of Steel movie coming or something like that? But at the moment, it's just a rumor. But then, it's right on the heels that he was supposed to show up at the San Diego Comic-Con, and that didn't happen. So, I just don't know if there's actually a deal with him. They need
Well,
it.
it's an interesting situation, and Zaslav is absolutely just he's Ash. I mean, he's basically swinging a chainsaw around and
You're not wrong.
and just rampaging through Warner Brothers and setting an example for Hollywood. I think everyone is paying attention. But we're going to talk about the HBO woke whiners in just a little bit. But I do want to move on to a wonderful, wonderful piece of news that had some people angry, but actually I think that this is a delightful thing. So Jar Jar Abrams' Batman Caped Crusader is one of the 6 animated series canceled by HBO Max. According to reports, the supposed show, and of course all of Jar Jar Abrams' shows are supposed, which had the Batman director Matt Reeves attached as executive producer. Oh, that's what I always wanted. I wanted a fucking director attached as a producer. That tells me something, doesn't it? That's like, hey, we've got a ballet dancer attached as the hair and makeup person. It's like, okay, who gives a shit? Anyway, it would have followed Bruce Timm's 92 through 95 Batman the Animated Series. So that they axed it. And why is this good news? Jar Jar Abrams. I hate Jar Jar Abrams and all of his satanic works. He is the cinematic antichrist in Hollywood. Everything he touches turns to shit. And I think it's fascinating because, his shows and projects over at Warner Brothers keep getting axed. over and over and over again. Zaslav is not happy with his lack of productivity, and the things that Abrams has produced seem to be falling like chaff along the wayside. I'm delighted about this. I mean, some people were like, "Oh, how dare they cancel Batman?" Dude, it's not really Batman. Bruce Timm being on it doesn't matter. Matt Reeves and fucking Jar Jar Abrams, folks, I think we dodged a bullet. Anyone on the panel have any comment about that?
Yes, you did dodge a bullet. Because I mean, once again, it's like, yeah, having Bruce Timm on it, and that's to go back to the 90s Batman the Animated Series, which is the pinnacle of all the depictions of Batman beyond the comics, of course. This is about as good as it's going to get. That was the best. None of the movies compare to what they were able to achieve with that series. But that was a moment in time, and for whatever reason, they can't recapture it. The DC animated movies, there's been some that are sort of good, okay, and some, but a lot of them are just pretty bland to just kind of awful. And for whatever the magic was, it's not there anymore. And so just having him there, I wasn't going to matter much. And then, of course, it's a bad robot or operation. So that tells you pretty much everything you need to know. And what did they mention primarily in the promoting it at the announcement? Well, we're going to have a lot of representation and diversity. And, okay. God. All right. So that it tells you, it's a lackluster thing, slap job stuff. The basic concept of setting it in his original setting of the 40s and stuff like that. Apparently that was the direction. Yeah, that would be interesting and all that, but it's just, I don't care. I've been down this road before. I don't trust these people, and that's that. So they're saying they'll shop it around. Maybe Zaslav had mentioned he's not above licensing out, probably because, you get the check whether it works or not. Some other streamer's problem. So maybe it'll live on there. And there's some other cartoons they canceled from HBO Max primarily. So some of them might have life elsewhere. But beyond that, no, you did dodge a bullet here. And the really great news here is, yes, this is another sign of Bad Robot's power has greatly diminished, if not pretty much evaporated here, because this is a lot of stuff that's been canceled when once, if he said he wanted it, it happened, and he practically, in my opinion, committed fraud on Warner Brothers. I mean, all that money they paid him, and he's got nothing to show for it.
Actually, they never really paid him that. That's the thing.
Okay, so it was
really
contingent.
What do you mean?
On the it was a by production deal, and it was a deal for future things. It was a first refusal thing, and as far as we heard, he's only been paid so much for the projects he's did, and that's part of the problem. Is they said you ain't really brought anything to the table, buddy. Yeah. And that whole renegotiation thing that came out in the press, I don't know what Doomcock heard, but I heard that was JJ's people trying to renegotiate with Warner's because they said, adios, we're done. We have nothing more to do here. We're not doing this Demimonde show or whatever the hell it was called, and we're not doing this, and we're not doing that. And no, it's not working out with us. We're not going there. So they're one of the only studios so far that have said, yeah, we're not all that interested in being in the J.J. Abrams business.
Which, other people listen to. It's like E.F. Hutton talks, people listen. And it's like, well, once they see the shine is off the crown, I think other companies will begin to say, maybe we don't want to be in business with Jar Jar Abrams either. It's really interesting, too, in that they have a standard denial, Tom, whenever they get a project canceled, they say, well, we're shopping it elsewhere. They keep saying that on every fucking thing, on Demi-Monde, on Cape Crusader. It's just their way of saving face. That's my opinion anyway. Anyone else have anything to say about this? Nope. No. All righty. Well, let's go ahead and move on to something equally hilarious. Now, allegedly, folks, there was reported by The Guardian secret screenings of the canceled Batgirl movie being held by studio. Now, it remains unlikely the public will ever see the scrapped $90 million film, with the director saying it cannot be released in its current state. Well, it's not entirely finished, but they did go ahead and have a series of discreet funeral screenings for their never to be released DC film Batgirl. the Hollywood Reporter confirmed with multiple sources that a select few who worked on the film, including cast, crew, and crying studio executives, would be attending the screenings this week on the Warner Brothers lot in California. One source described them as funeral screenings, as it is likely the footage will be stored forever and never shown to the public, which I think is hilarious. It's also hilarious that it was reported, and I believe it's true, that the directors tried to download a copy of the film to, I guess, save it, leak it. I don't know what their motivations were, but alas, Zaslav was faster and had removed it from from the server. I think this is pretty funny. They better be careful though, because they may try to hidden record it and leak it if they're not damn careful about these funeral screenings. Mike, anything or any of you guys have anything to say about this? Because I think it's pretty funny.
I'll punt to Tom because we covered it pretty hilariously, I think, on Midnight's Edge After Dark.
Nice.
I don't know if these screenings have actually happened yet, but yeah, I figure they got to be strip searching people on the way in because they cannot risk this movie getting out. And I can't believe the directors were dumb enough to say that in public, whether it's to gain some kind of woke points or not. If this movie does leak out, guess who's going to be looked at first? And that is not somebody in a position I'd want to be in right now. Gary's nodding his head, so he probably knows what I'm saying when it comes to these things leaking out, because this movie cannot get out. That's the whole point of this. The whole tax incentive is that it gets put away. Nobody ever gets to see it. They don't ever get to benefit from it. That's the whole point. You can't reuse footage from it again. That's not how this works. Right. It's going to be put in a lawyer's vault somewhere to never be seen again, probably. But we live in a day and age with digital whatever, so chances are some version of this is going to probably make its way out sooner or later.
I think what I can add to Tom's conversation is super emphasize, bold, highlight, sparkly little glitter. None of this footage can get out for tax reasons. Tom mentioned it, but this is a big freaking deal. There are very strict restrictions on this, and if these marketing or champions people think that it's all fun and games, it could have ridiculous repercussions in terms of the tax write-off for this thing. And I will just say that I agree with Tom had an analysis the other day. I think it was on Midnight's Edge in the morning. I don't know if it was on Thursday night. But these guys are trying to Snyderverse this thing. And this, whoever's promoting this or thinks this is a good idea, the movie allegedly hasn't even been finished. But all this talk, the way these trade publications are trying to cover this thing, it's like, it reminds me of when we Snyderites got all crazy about the Snyderverse, but this is not the same thing. And
don't underestimate it. I've heard that dozens of people have signed that petition.
Yeah.
If they do release it, that could be a great reason to terminate some of these woke dipshits at the studio.
Just release it with a laugh track.
If you think about it, if they released it, you can blame them. Exactly. You can blame them, and it's just another reason to terminate these idiots, which is probably worth more than the write-off itself, in my opinion.
But on Tom's point about the directors, that's the first thing I thought is they should not have said that.
That was really stupid.
That was because I've actually felt kind of sorry for them, and all this, and they're going to take a lot of the blame for this failure and all this sort of stuff. But man, that was stupid. You were in no position you were tempted to do it. Don't say it out loud.
It's one thing to go, I wish we could release it, but another thing to say, no, we went to the computer. We literally tried to grab the son of a bitch.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so what happens if this son of a bitch leaks out? You're gonna be the first ones they look at.
Stupid. Yeah. That is so dumb.
Oh man.
Well, one of the things that I told Gary about this, I was like, what if this is like your first acting gig and you're all excited about being in a movie, and then all of a sudden they just can this. Like, this is your first acting gig and no one's ever going to see this. Now, all the news and rumors I've been hearing about this, I kind of want to see this just to see how bad it is. I really want to see it. I'm like, and I think when I first heard that they canceled this and canned it, I was like, this is a tax write-off instantly. It's so bad. They want to save money and they just know this is so bad. I think they're going to leak it out some way. I think they're going to have it play on a computer and someone's going to record it, spend however much hours it takes to film it, and then they're going to leak it so it looks like it's on a movie theater leaked cam deal. And that's how I think they're going to do it. And people are going to see this and they're going to just go crazy. When I went to see Thor, when it first came out, I went to a private screening of it and they patted us down. You couldn't have a camera in it. So this is like extra, almost like a cavity search. Like there should not be a camera or any such thing. So it's interesting to see how this plays out. I do think it's definitely a tax write-off if it does get shown before taxes next year. Oh, dude, someone's getting thrown.
I agree it might leak out at some point, but they don't even have to go to that extent. I'm sure there's a copy out there roaming around, somebody who worked in the effects house. Something like, because we go back and look at all the movies that have leaked out in the past, 9 times out of 10 where they leak out of is clearly somewhere in the editing or in the special effects domain. Because 9 times out of 10, the special effects aren't finished and the sound's not finished. So it's somewhere in between there. And the thing is they've really cracked down on who accesses these things. Because that's what people have asked. Well, don't they just get a copy or can't they just get a copy? I'm like, well, maybe if they were smart enough to ask for a copy before this happened, they may have had access to a possible early cut of the film. But at the moment they knew they were canceling this, you're right. Zaslav went in and revoked everybody and anybody's access to that film and anything that was on the server. And that's kind of how they work is they have like this main server farm where all the footage is digitized and put onto. And then people who work on the movies only have access to certain things. And this is how they can try and prevent as much leaking out as they used to have. A huge problem of it happening. And this is why we haven't had it happen in God knows how long. Usually it takes for just before they release on streaming because somebody within the streaming part of it leaks it out early. And that's about it anymore, it seems like. But unless it's a cam edition, which generally the film has to be released in theaters for that. But you're right. I think they're going to strip search people if they had these screenings already. They're strip searching people on the way in. We're talking roto-rooter, body cavity search, all the way to the back of their gums, as Robert Stack said in Beavis and Butthead. Because I guarantee you they don't. And I bet you one of the reasons they're showing this to people is like, look how bad this is. We did you folks a fucking favor, right? That's the other thing is you got to remember. There's a lot of people. Yeah.
The search is probably a more pleasant experience than the movie.
Some of these folks might enjoy that.
Steve, honestly, I look at this with a little more optimism here. How many actors' careers did we save by canning this pile of shit?
No,
that's what I'm saying. Exactly, Gary. That's my point. Is like a lot of these people haven't seen a lot of this stuff together. Because if you're on a film set, and I'm sure Gary and a few other people who have ever been on a set can tell you, you're only seeing a small section of a little bit. So like we would get leaks once in a while. We got to kind of ignore these leaks sometimes because they'll sit there and go, well, this movie's all about this or all about that. Here you go.
Get ready for Batgirl.
They're all about this or they're all about that.
It was blurred from the pain.
Because like for instance, the Joker movie, we got told that there was this huge bit about Trump stuff in it. It was one scene in the movie, I think, and it was vaguely there. Yeah. Right. So like, yeah, when people are on the set and sometimes if they're like extras to them, that's what the whole movie's about. They don't realize they're shooting 10 seconds of a movie. You know, sometimes it can be a little bit like, oh, well, this whole movie is this and that and the other. No. That's Tom, you shot one shot.
Tom, extras is very offensive. Background talent, please.
Background talent. Please. I am so sorry, Gary.
Oh dear.
Well, what
I got to admit,
Tom,
I respect that more than I do pronouns, I'll be honest with you.
If I was acting in this movie or any movie and I knew it was bad and they were like, we're canceling it, for me, I would be personally like, okay, cool. Like, thank God no one's going to see this. But if it's someone
you already got paid.
Yeah, at least I'm getting paid. But if there's someone who's never been in a movie who's excited, I can see how they're going to be like, well, this kind of stinks. Like, I had a big role in this. But in the end, I think they're going to understand, like, wow, I'm glad I dodged a bullet because that's going to be the main focus. If you go for an interview, if you try out to do another role and they see, oh, you were in this movie, you're like, dude, your career's done. It's just flat out done. It's like, wow, you're in this movie? Like, okay, cool.
I see on your resume you were not in Batgirl. You're hired.
You have a Facebook thing safe. Mark's safe from being in Batgirl now.
I have a question though. With all this stuff that we're seeing, And with all of these things happening simultaneously across so many different studios, I have to ask, are there any good writers in Hollywood? Because you see these stories that are coming from Disney, Warner Brothers, all these different studios, and the stories are awful. There's all these illogical points. I mean, all I can figure is that they have to do this little checklist, and they're so busy dodging these bullets that to make sure they click all the boxes and don't offend anyone, that even a decent writer having to jump through so many hoops can't make a cohesive story.
Andy, I to answer your question, I think there are a lot of great writers still left in Hollywood. I think they just hit a wall, and they hit this wall, and they can't do what they really want to do.
Right.
I know a lot of great writers. You know, there have been a couple of great writers on this panel. You know, in the past, they hit a wall, and they can't get past that wall of horse shit, and that's it. That's the real problem. Look at Lawrence Kasdan. Look what he hit with the new Star Wars movies. He's out. The last thing he did was he directed the Light and Magic documentary, which is superb, by the way. But that was it. I mean, the guy who wrote Raiders and Return of the Jedi is now done with Star Wars. Because
don't forget he wrote The Force Awakens, though.
That's what I'm talking about.
With Jar Jar, though.
Yeah, but I mean, when
under the parameters of the new world.
Right.
That's
yeah.
what you get.
No, yeah. And well, I mean, my prime go-to for this is always Walter Mosley, right? Like he found out real quick.
Right.
What these quote unquote new writers' rooms are like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all about the politics of the writers' room that they enter into. There's still some great writers out there, and you better get out there and start working because we need good content.
And I think you're right. I think the bigger problem is either A, they're too white, or they're too old, or both. That's one of the main problems.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that otherwise, because I mean, yeah. And then there's a lot of classic female writers that are probably being overlooked because they may have, worked on something problematic or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But to work in that environment,
all these people that are upset that their movie, their Batgirl movie, it was their big break, and they got left on the cutting room floor. They need to have the actor that played Biggs Darklighter go up to them and smack those little fucking snowflakes and say, "Shut the fuck up." Can you imagine having most of your role cut out of the biggest movie to date in the world?
Not only that, to add injury to insult, because in the special edition they bring a little bit in, but they don't bring all of it in. So you're like, what was the point of that, George? You didn't fill out. Anybody who doesn't know who this character is still going, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah.
He's the Pete Best of Star Wars.
It's just awful.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but that was one thing that always bothered me about that. It's like, if you're going to add that bit in, George, just add it all back in so we know who Biggs is. Like, everybody knows who he is, not just us nerds.
Absolutely. I'm loving Zaslav. I'm loving what he's doing. Others would have been hesitant to cancel such a woke movie, just stuffed to the gills with, woke directors, woke actors, people of color everywhere. But he would not be dissuaded. And not only that, but he's proceeding to really, really shake the Hollywood cages by basically axing around 13 non-white executives over at HBO Max. They are losing their fucking minds. How dare they go ahead and axe people of color? Now, allegedly, the platform laid off close to 70 people this past month. They were entire teams overseeing unscripted kids and family stuff, international content, because they're being shifted. The thing is that out of those 70, 13 were people of color, previously in charge of developing shows and stuff. And yet he said, got to be done. Didn't give a shit. Now, a lot of Hollywood is complaining, saying, former HBO Max staffers say there are barely any non-white people left in the upper ranks of content. The layoffs have amplified the lack of diversity at HBO. HBO is the most homogenous part of this umbrella. Instead of trying to figure out how to integrate some of the Max executives into HBO, they just made this sweeping cut of 3 divisions. A lot of black and brown people lost their jobs. In Zaslav, He's just going to do whatever he can to help Warner's crawl out of a $50 billion hole and make them, God forbid, profitable again. I just think this guy is not fucking bending the knee. He is swinging the axe, and I am just delighted on this. Anyone want to chime in on this?
I'll jump in first as the diversity hire of PCB, and say, let me start the conversation.
Latin representation.
That's right. Mexican rabbit chicken representation. Let me start the conversation
Mexican, either way.
off by stating the statistic that is not being discussed in the trades or anywhere, which is that 82% of the people fired were white. Okay, 82%, 18% non-white, in case anyone is wondering. Thank you, Tom Condon, for the statistical data, by the way. Got to credit my research team here.
You're more mathematical than I am. I stole that from earlier.
But no one's talking about them. And frankly, if you look at the U.S. population, if you look at it, this is the less people were fired as a percentage pro capita of the United States population in terms of these former execs. So they need to stop whining, stop crying, and I think it's a move in the right direction, because let me tell you this, I am sick and tired of people whining and crying about kind of getting special attachment when inside, beyond the thinness of our skin, we are all the same human beings and species on this planet, and it has gotten old.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of sad that everything is viewed through a prism of race and sex and sexual preference. And you know what? We should get back to quality.
What's wrong with being sexy?
That we see things through. Quality, excellence, entertainment value, giving us the kind of stories that we want and deserve as consumers. That should be the focus of these stupid fucks, not all this fucking politics shit. And Hollywood is waking up to this. I just think it's great. Who else would like to comment on this? Anyone?
I agree. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Zaslav was inevitable. Something of this nature was going to happen. You either follow Zaslav or die. Then those are your options, really. And it's fun to see these previous moves, and they're going to throw it at him. All the weapons they've used of weaponizing ethnicity and gender and what have you, and to see it fail, because that's all you got to do. Ignore it, hold the line, and it all goes away. And you have to produce quality, and that'll be the big challenge for him. Right now, he's got to clean up the previous regime's DC movies and that sort of thing. And then we'll see what he can produce once those runs are over. And then that'll be the real, for me anyway, the metric of his performance. But everything else, yeah, he's right. You just, and I mean, it's all BS, and they throw this around, immediately whining and whatnot. Just ignore them. And that'll be to your better, because those were the ones in control. This type of attitude and whatnot, and look what it's done. So, you wouldn't be in this position if it was so great, but you are.
Exactly. Just ignore them. Just fucking ignore them. They're powerless. The only power that they have is the power of intimidation on fucking Twitter. And if you just ignore them, they have the attention span of fucking brain damaged flies. And some other outrage will rise up in a day or two, and they'll just fuck off and go after that little bright, shiny sign of abuse and patriarchy. Stupid fucks.
It's like flies looking for a new turd.
That's right. Oh, well, Amber's got one, but never mind. Tom, you got something to say here?
Well, I was just going to say I agree with you guys, and it's like it shows that most people didn't even know this damn movie existed until they found out they weren't going to be able to see it. Then they lose their goddamn minds over it. And that's typical of SJWs, right? Like, let's be real. And they're trying to paint Zaslav as a Trump-supporting, bigot, racist, misogynistic, you name it. And I think it's hilarious. And like Mike pointed out, they think they're going to be able to pull some Snyder, cut, like, group together and pull this off.
No,
it's not the same. It's not the same thing. That's how stupid they are. They don't understand that Zaslav is not going to just bow down and go, you know what? I was wrong. And fucking release this movie.
Hey, Rocky, why don't you pull a rabbit out of my hat?
The sad thing is that I'm more interested and intrigued to see it than I was before when it was still
I
an
know,
official
right?
release.
If anything, he helped
That's
the
too
movie's
bad.
chances. I mean, it had no chance to begin with. So
I'd much rather see that than another episode of She-Hulk.
no, but we'll get deeper into this stuff later on. So I don't want to go too much over. I didn't know if anybody else had more to add to it, but yeah.
Anyone else before we move on to some super chats here?
Nah, we're good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's dead. It's dead on its own. Let's go ahead and go to some super chat. And thank you to Fet for Hire for making these new graphics. Eugene Bird, thank you, my friend, says, feel better, Lord Doomcock. You are a legend. Lots of without respect, we reject comments found yesterday on a popular Star Wars website when Ruin Johnson was mentioned. Wow. Well, holy crap. Isn't that nice that the legions of Doomcock are everywhere, agents of Doomcock, leaving without respect, we reject comments hither and yon. That is really, really caught on, and I'm very proud. A lot of the things that I coined have kind of entered the collective lexicon, like Justice Devar was, of course, my invention. Mikey Spock. Shit, people that have never heard of me still refer to her as Mikey Spock. I see in reviews and stuff. Without respect, we reject. It's a good thing to be a supervillain. I'm very happy about that, even as I feel like shit, but never mind. Cindy Gibson with a very generous super chat. Thank you, Cindy. Says, hail, Lord Doomcock. Greetings, Harvey of Ryla and dreaded Sabu. I am in fear of you. Tomorrow is my son Thomas's 9th birthday. Can you wish him a happy birthday? It's not every day a supervillain says happy birthday to you. I am wanting to wish Thomas Gibson a very, very happy 9th birthday. Hail to you, Thomas. Your mom is really cool, and as a supervillain living at the center of the earth, I must say, I wish you a wonderful, wonderful birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Thomas. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Thomas.
Amen. Amen. Now go to bed because we use bad language. Digi Akuma with a super chat. Thank you, Digi Akuma. Says, hail, Lord Doomcock in chat. Home early, suffered a whiplash. Oh, God. When someone rear-ended me while at airport work. I can bear this pain, but a world with KK's Lucasfilm trash Marvel and House of the Drags on is unbearable. Holy shit, Digi Akuma. Oh, my friend, I'm so sorry that you are suffering. God dang, man, I wish I had something good to tell you about KK and Lucasfilm, but nothing as of yet, except, I've looked at the Mando season 3 trailer and it looks pretty damn good. It actually fills me with hope, but I'm going to go ahead and release a video about that later on in the week. God bless you, Digi Akuma. Hail Cindy Gibson, hail Eugene Bird, and hail Ranger Jedi, a channel member of mine for 13 months. And he says, been enjoying discovering old movies non-woke. Oh, God, yeah, man, I watch them all the time. Anybody who thinks that there's nothing out there to watch, there's 100 years of great cinema that's out there. And, probably a good 60 years of great television. Try gems like The Fugitive or Have Gun Will Travel or, The Invaders. Lots of great stuff out there to watch. You've just got to get off your duff and search for it. God bless you, my friend. And Cesario JPN, been a channel member for 2 years now. Thank you, Cesario. Says the OG Doomcock videos were a treat to see. Make a compilation video of them so we can see the evolution of Stay Angry. Well, that's an idea, Cesario JPN. I will consider that, and I'm really glad you enjoyed that. It was a joy for me as well to be able to watch those old videos that I haven't watched in years, and never with an audience. Morgan King has joined the channel membership at the Archvillain level. Thank you, Morgan King. Hail to you, my friend, and it is wonderful to have you in the club. The Brewing Sailor, been a channel member for 19 months, says, hail Overlord DVD, Archvillains, my fellow Doomentites and Dominions. Hail to the hard-working wrenches, and once more into the breach, dear friends. Hail the brewing sailor. Yes, sir. We boldly go where other pop culture shows fear to go. And I am delighted to be here with you each and every Sunday with these wonderful panels of pop culture pundits. James Tiberius Kirk with a $50 Australian super chat of great generosity. Thank you, James Tiberius Kirk says, we are not now that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven. That which we are, we are. One equal temper of heroic hearts made weak by time and fate, but strong in will to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Hail to you, James Tiberius Kirk. My friend, you are always an inspiration, and your words stir the warrior within me. Thank you, James Tiberius Kirk. Hail to Australia, and thank you for your incredible generosity, my friend. Scott Westbrook says, have a cup of NyQuil on me. I think, it's not really, I just want to thank you, man. I appreciate you being here, and I will use that $5 to give me some kind of relief, hopefully here. Thank you, brother. And Cardinal Sin with an incredibly generous $50 super sticker. Hail, Cardinal Sin. Cardinal Sin, as always, my friend, you are awesome. And it is a super sticker of a giant pear jumping up and down, rampaging through the city, knocking buildings around, waving flags and celebrating amidst fireworks. God bless you, Cardinal Sin. You are very kind, my friend, very kind. Cesario JPM says, Doomcock's helmet voice modulator is the real MVP of this effort. Well, thank you, my friend. I've tried to keep Sabu from playing in it and messing up the wiring, but thankfully he has been occupied by a pile of nuts I left in the corner in my absence, and he's left my helmet alone, thank God. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble here. SHS Rebels 08 with a $9.99 super sticker of Super Pair flying through the air. Unfortunately, my voice isn't that good to do Super Pair tonight, but good enough for happy birthday, not good enough for Super Pair. But I thank you, SHS Rebels 08, and we will hopefully be Super Pairing our asses off on next Friday Night Frolics. I owe you one. I owe you a couple, really, I think. And John Ashby has joined the channel membership at the Dumentite level. Thank you, John Ashby. Hail to you, John. Thank you, my friend, very, very much for joining, and welcome to the channel. Dixon Cider with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Dixon Cider. Says, saw my nephew trying to put a penny in a light socket. Whoever said a penny doesn't go far didn't see him shoot across the floor. Thank you very, very much, Dixon Cider. You're a damn good friend.
That deserves this.
Love it. Love it. Thank you, Dixon Cider. And Joe Salazar, thank you for this very kind and generous super sticker of Bushiba offering a heart. Thank you, Joe. All of your messages of support and well wishes in this trying time have been most welcome and have really buoyed my spirits. And I just want to thank you, Joe, and thanks all of you who sent me messages of encouragement. And you made me feel better, you made me feel a lot better. God bless you. Thank you. Jack White says with a $10 super chat, thank you, Jack. I told you can get the manga World's End Harem. I told you about on Apple Books. You can also get the other manga series I have recommended through Apple Books. Thank you, Jack. That is a very fine recommendation, along with all the other links to various outlets that you gave me as well. Deeply appreciate it, my friend. I look forward to checking those out as well. Lord Kamina 2 says, hail DC, you need to watch Fate Unlimited Blade Work. Is that an anime? I've never heard of Fate / Unlimited Blade Work, Lord Kamina 2. I will try to investigate and figure out what that is, and I'll be happy to check that out. Thank you, sir. Olaf Van S with a €5 super chat. Very kind of you, Olaf. Thank you. Says, it's from what I heard today. Some guy brings in a story, and some higher ups inject all the woke stuff, and they use Twitter as proof for bosses. Jesus Christ. Anyone that looks to Twitter as actually representative of anyone in the general public is insane. I'm glad Zaslav doesn't seem to be paying any attention to that shit. Although it's interesting because Toddzilla says, with a $5 super chat, thank you, Toddzilla, Twitter went crazy about Zaslav. They started saying he was a racist and a 45th president supporter, but he's a registered blue political person. Yeah. Well, anytime you deviate from what they want you to do, you are just attacked, pilloried, lied about. That's just standard operating procedure for these woke wanker pieces of shit. And our own Gary Ambrosia, who's been a channel member for 34 months. Thank you, Gary. Says, hello, doctor, name, continue yesterday, tomorrow. That's a very cryptic utterance, Gary. Very cryptic. But I did appreciate it. Hello, doctor, name, continue yesterday, tomorrow. That's pretty amazing. And Hardcore Curtsy with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Hardcore Curtsy. Says, Sir Ian is a big LGBTQ advocate. I really respect that he put the material first and didn't feel the need to insert it in his work in Lord of the Rings or its promotion. Sad that others fail to follow such an example. Yeah, well, I think they're learning slowly but surely. I truly do believe that they are learning. It's just, why can't Johnny learn? Well, Johnny's woke, but Johnny's coming around eventually. Thank God. Okay, guys. So Mexican Iron Man, I put you on standby because it is time now for us to review She-Hulk. Now, we're going to dive into Disney's latest offering, She-Hulk. Pop Culture Breakdown's crack team of demographic researchers has pointed out that our reviews are not reaching the demographic most interested in gynocentric entertainment like She-Hulk, the Disney sequel trilogy, or pretty much all estrogen-infused, snowflakey Hollywood offerings these days, namely women. Turns out, women like stuff that we never ever watch, like men cooking stuff and talking gently like Bob Ross on Valium and shit. And so our panel of pop culture pundits has risen to the task of bundling this She-Hulk review in a more, shall we say, female-friendly venue. So, that said, my friends, especially my female friends out there in the audience, here is something special from all of us to you.
Hello, and welcome to Pop Culture's Cooking for You. It's a new segment on the show. You know, normally our shtick is really crass and rude and obnoxious. Tonight, we're here to let you know that we're no strangers to demographics and focus groups and things of that nature. So we know what you want. And tonight, we're going to give it to you. Let's start out with some veggies. What do you think? You know, our focus group studies show that you will be triggered by certain words like bubble bath, philanthropy, Phalo. Nearly there. Wow. It was good for me. It was good for you. While we're waiting for this baby to be born, we're going to check in with none other than Andy, who has some information on dishes. Andy?
In keeping with our review of She-Hulk, I thought I'd share with you some of this find that I just got today. As I was out shopping, I found the new line of Marvel dishware. And like any new dishware, you want to make sure that it's clean thoroughly before you use it. You never know what kind of reprobate has fondled your new dishes. But when I saw it, I thought, wow, this is really appropriate for tonight's review of She-Hulk. Because it really sums up the feeling you get as you watch this brand new show from Marvel. This really says to us what Marvel thinks of you. Oh, look. Give me She-Hulk. That's just ever. Back to you, Chet.
I didn't realize you were so jacked there, Andy.
That's
Holy
looking
shit.
pretty good. Wouldn't you say? We're gonna let nature do its thing here. Let's find out what Rancor Steve's up to. Rancor, what do you have for us, buddy?
Oh.
I didn't see there. I just have one question. How do you like your loins?
Isn't that something? Well, let's see how the entree turned out. And here comes the filet, the money shot. There it is. And I hope that you enjoy this meal that I slaved over just for little old you. So before I pass out, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you. I love you, audience, for allowing me to slave over this wonderful meal just for you. You know, I almost forgot about the review. It was shit. But I would like to say this to our good friend Mark Ruffalo. Mark, you are in no danger of being dethroned because you are still our favorite Jolly Green Disney princess. Bye, Mark.
That was stupendous. Yeah, that was excellent.
I gotta say, what a mark to all the ladies out there. There wasn't a dry seat in the house. What an amazing. Although the thing with Rancor Steve can never be unseen.
That it can't. So
That's clearly going for the gay cowboy demographic. I guess. No.
We gotta cover all bases, Tom. We gotta cover
All bases.
I can't quit, Steve.
That was like some, that
Well,
was
I cannot
interesting. It
quit
made me
you.
question my sexuality.
Right? Same here. Same here.
That
What
was
are you guys
just
talking
good.
about?
Don't worry about it. Take your shirt off.
Oh,
Don't tempt me.
Oh,
Please don't.
oh dear God.
oh God, that was so good. I had it, ladies and gentlemen in the chat. That's a first time watch for me and Tom, and maybe even Douglas too. Oh,
It was
Oh.
painful. It was very painful.
Yeah.
Kiss the cock was.
Love the dishes, Andy. Love the dishes. I don't know where you
The
found
dish
those,
was
but those
incredible.
are-
Yeah.
Those
How'd
are
you
just
make it?
fabulous. I want my own set.
Did you get them at a Pottery Barn? Where'd you get them?
Ollie's.
God almighty.
They're on,
Five and
on
dime.
clearance like everything Marvel makes.
A Dollar General, right away. Well, that was incredible.
Gary, is it? I'm getting comments in the chat. Can I put that? Can I? It's unlisted. You want me to? Can I list it, or do you want to put it on
Do
your
what
channel?
you want with it,
Okay.
baby. It's done. It's out
All
there.
right, everybody in chat, it'll be on my channel after the show. You got to finish the show though.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Well, we were gonna. I mean, this is part of our She-Hulk review. I think I'm going to go ahead and go last on this one. Let's go ahead and just kind of go around. Who's got something to say about She-Hulk? Did you watch it, Gary?
I did, yeah.
What'd you think?
Okay, well, I'm going to leave a few of these notes out because some of them have really, really dirty words in them. So let's see. Okay, so She-Hulk episode 1. My first note, well, my second note, because I'm going to skip the first note. Oh, so we think we're fucking Deadpool. That was funny. Let's see here. Was Captain America a virgin? Yeah, keep digging for that one flaw you're never gonna find. Why is she in the bathroom? Why is she in the men's bathroom with the drag queens? That was really
I don't
interesting.
know.
Yeah. How did the bra survive turning into a Hulk? I don't know. Most of these are questions, guys. So if you have an answer, please shout out.
I don't have it. No, I don't. I think
like,
it's
how did
because
that last? I don't know. Let's see.
Because Marvel.
Right.
Yeah, because it has to. Otherwise, she's going to have her tits flying out every 10 minutes.
Right.
Which would make the show a lot better.
Right. I agree.
Green melons.
So,
Yeah.
ooh, now we're talking.
Melons.
I like them green, baby. I like them lean, mean, and green. Okay, so they say that they caught a few. She caught a few drops of his blood, but I'd like to know how she really caught his Hulk stuff. I think it was the Hulk pox. That was a joke, not really a note. Let's see. I actually like her as She-Hulk. She's got a great rack and she's got a tight body, nice butt, nice little rack and lamb. It's amazing what CG can do, right, Natalie Portman? Let's see. I deal with my anger infinitely better than you do. Oh, cry me a river. Try slipping into a real person's life for 10 seconds. Who writes this shit? Teenage mall shoppers? Let's see. Great. So another way my life is ruined. As if that's Bruce Banner's fault, really. The courtroom scene is fucking hysterical. I know it was probably not intended to be as funny as it was, but I'm laughing pretty damn hard right now. That was some stupid ass bullshit. The fight scene in Wayne's World 2 was more intense than this. Let's see. This seems like the kind of TV show that would come out of a girl's slumber party. Like they all got together in their pajamas and started acting this shit out in their couch and blankie forts. You know what I mean? That's what I have a younger sister and she made like entertaining little videos for high school and when she was a kid. That's what this really felt like to me. Let's see. There's a couple of really great things about this show. Okay, it's funny at times. The pacing's really good. Some of the fight scenes are kind of cool. I know it's a bunch of CG cartoon bullshit, but at least it's pseudo entertaining. What a shame for the bad stuff. And there's a lot of it. And then here's a serious question, guys. Does Mark Ruffalo have a speech impediment?
Not that I know of.
Really, this whole because of the gamma rays and blah, blah. He sounds like a guy who's doing a Stallone impression, but it's not like cool and charming like Stallone would do it. It's just a dude doing a shitty Stallone impression.
Maybe he had a stroke.
I don't know.
That would explain a lot.
Maybe recently, right? Okay, so we did watch 2 episodes, right? We're doing both episodes. Right. Okay, yeah. So let's see. The other one. Okay, so this episode 2, the reporter who coined the phrase She-Hulk. How do you know that she identifies with a female gender? You don't. You just assumed. #do better. Let's see. So she can just change back and forth, and that's what's happening now. Did I miss something? Wasn't it difficult for Bruce Banner to do? Maybe I'm a total idiot. Don't answer that. But the other question, answer.
No, the other question I'll answer.
She was able to do it, right?
You know how women are. They can change their mood on a drop of a dime, dude.
Right. But okay. Well, maybe that kind of makes sense. But wasn't it difficult for Bruce Banner? Wasn't it a difficult thing? He couldn't do it. It was very it took a lot out of him to go through this situation, right? I mean, it's like, oh, you want me to be the Hulk? Okay, Hulk. And then she was Hulk. You know what I mean? I don't know. Is this show a parody? Maybe the joke's on us. Maybe I'm a total idiot. Don't answer that either. Really, is it a parody, this show?
It's a comedy. I mean, it's
I think it's a comedy. I mean, maybe the joke's on us. Maybe we're like kind of judging it. I don't know. It was nice seeing Jen have a conversation with her father as opposed to just her mother. Usually in these fist-raising feminist type propaganda shows, it's always another bestest ever. There you go. That was copyright Doomcock. Female giving advice to the female hero that didn't need it. This time it was her father, and he's actually a pretty good dad. I like seeing that. Yeah. At her new law firm, there appears to be an office full of comic books on the wall. Did anybody else catch this?
I did see that. That was very interesting. Maybe it was part of the research for the superhero legal division that they were.
Maybe the writers should have gone into that room for a minute. What do you think?
They should have read a few of those fucking comic books.
Yeah. It's really sad when a show feels the need to cram these equality and feminist issues down people's throats, especially when one is done decently with humor and charm and action like this one. Really, unfortunately, it just ruins the entire show. This could have been really good. Her friend cracks me up. This gal is such a hypocrite. Jen is complaining about how the firm only hired her because she's a superhuman. And all this bimbo can say is, yeah, but look at all the great stuff it got us. I mean, talk about hypocritical, you know. And then she says us as if she was part of the effort that was put forth. That really cracked me up. But it's not surprising. Tim Roth. Oh shit, we got some real actors in here, don't we? Tim Roth.
You know, Mr. Orange, right?
Tim Roth. Yeah, like, I'm okay. Shot in the gut. Let's see. Not a bad episode.
Fucking die.
But
Fucking die.
who's the tough guy? Me. Not a bad episode, but I think they forgot to add in some cool action. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm a complete idiot. Do not answer that either.
No, I agree with your points. I mean, we're going to go around the table. I would just say that, first of all, I really love Tatiana Maslany. I think she's an enormously talented actress. Seeing her in Orphan Black was a revelation. I mean, she played like 6 different roles on that, and each one was different. She's an enormously talented actress.
Who is the actress you're talking about? What is she playing?
Yeah, she's She-Hulk.
Oh, okay. So it's the lead.
Yeah,
right.
the lead.
I didn't know that. I've never seen anything.
Tatiana Maslany. Oh, you've never seen Orphan Black?
Nope.
Damn good show. And also, I think she's enormously cute. So I'm simple-minded. I'm a toxic male. Show me a pretty face, and I'll sit like a kid in front of a fucking TV, you know, watching cartoons. So
when she's Hulk, she's like really good looking. Really good looking.
Yeah, but I think she's cute as fuck as the lawyer. I mean, I just think she's adorable. But okay, so the things that I hated were in the first episode where she says, "Well, I guess it means I'm better than you," and you know, like taking shots at Bruce Banner, doing the usual woke feminist bullshit. But there was very little of it. I mean, but those, I almost turned it off at the point where she said, "Well, I guess that means I'm better than you." I said, "Oh, fuck you, honey." You know, I'm just so sick of this goddamn agenda shit. But in general, I think that this is a fairly good-natured, harmless little romp. I mean, she's not hating on men. You know, it's a comedy. It's a sitcom. And there are some good things about it. Like in the second episode, I actually mostly kind of liked. I'm really glad the Abomination is in it. I'm looking forward to seeing the Abomination.
That was
a
cool.
big fan of it. Yeah. And I love Mr. Orange. For those of you who have seen Reservoir Dogs, which is one of my favorite movies. But I just think that there's a lot of hate for this show. Because of like the Captain America, you know, virgin shit and slamming Bruce Banner, you know, being able to go toe to toe with Bruce Banner, you know, this the Hulk, and it's just, you know, those woke touches. People are, I'm kind of encouraged because I think people are super sensitized to woke, and I think that in this case they are even, if possible, overreacting to the traces of woke in this show, you know, turning away from it, getting pissed off, hating on it, when actually, I mean, I don't know how you guys think, but
Can I jump in here, Doomcock? Because here's the thing.
I just want to say, I want to say that, in my opinion, this is much, much better than Book of Boba Fett and much, much better than Obi-Wan Kenobi. I have seen much,
I totally
much
agree
worse.
with you. I totally agree with you. It's watchable.
It's watchable.
The sad thing about it to me was that it really was great in moments. There was some really fun and entertaining moments. I just wish that little tiny, you know, bullshit was not in there. You know what I mean?
Exactly. It pissed me off, and it pissed a lot of people off.
But it still was. I think technically it made some achievements technically, and I there were fun moments. So I will say that.
I agree. What were you going to say, Tom?
I was just gonna say I agree with you, except for I would flip flop that I enjoyed the I'm gonna call it a prologue. It's not even a pilot episode because nothing that happened in the first episode outside of her how she got her powers has anything to do with the second episode, and that's why they should have dropped at least 2 or 3 episodes the first night. And I think people would maybe like the show better, or at least have a better idea of what the show is supposed to be, because I'm not even sure they know what this show is supposed to be yet, because they should be looking at a show like Mary Tyler Moore show, right? The She-Hulk should be the center, the anchor, the actual, you know, what do you call it? The heavy, what's the word I'm looking for? The straight man in her own comedy, right? That's what Mary Tyler Moore was. She was the straight man in her own comedy in a world surrounded by weirdos and goofballs, right? That's kind of what the She-Hulk has to be, because she already knows she's She-Hulk. She's accepted that. She's fine with it. The joke should come with everybody around her dealing with this fact. Like, I'm not even sure they know how to write jokes, because here's a great example, because you brought up, Gary, about the bra thing, but here's an actual example of how, and I hate doing this because this is explaining how to tell a joke, and I know it sounds pretentious, but like, basically that scene where he's like, I expect you to, and this is in the second episode, where he's like, I expect you to be the Hulk all the time. That's why we gave you the job or whatever. And she's like, oh crap, I love this suit. Okay, the joke only works if when she hulks out, she's got like rips up her leg and up her back and all this other shit. All she does is stretch into the suit. Hence, the joke doesn't work then. You have to actually go to the point. You have to make it happen. Otherwise, the joke just lays there and you're just like, well, why did she bitch? She didn't ruin her suit. Right? So what the fuck is the problem here?
It was stupid. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is a prime example of the show. The other thing is something I've heard, and I think it's even been confirmed by some of the reports that are coming out, is that they had to rewrite this show again and again because they kept making her character mean. And other problems. Now, they were saying it was more like they were trying to take her back on making fun of Marvel stuff. I did see that this morning. We read an article about that. But I'm like, I heard they had some issues with her character, kind of like they did with recently in Doctor Strange with what's-her-face, America Chavez.
Wanda.
Or I meant America Chavez, where they had to go back and reshoot it because her character was obnoxious, is what we heard. And it's kind of the same thing here, where she was just kind of standoffish and stuff. And you can kind of tell there's, like you were saying, Doomcox, there's like elements of it here and there, but like at the same time, it's kind of like Fugazi and Gone Away, and they actually have, it's like almost a flip. You have like one moment where she'll say something about, you know, oh, it's so difficult to be a woman and men are just this horrible thing. And then the next minute she's like talking about how great it is to be so sexy and whatever. I mean, those aren't specific examples that are technically in the show, but I'm just trying to brush through an example of what I'm getting at here. And I think the main problem with this show is it doesn't quite know what it wants to be. It's not embracing what She-Hulk was all about. These writers should have watched every single episode of Mary Tyler Moore and a bunch of law shows, just to be like, okay, now we know what we're doing here. Right? Because that's what this show needs to be. The goofiness is you have a She-Hulk who is actually, you know, defending people like, you know, Blonsky or whatever. And that's the joke, right? That's the whole goofiness of the show. And that was the best part. And that's one thing everybody has said, and I agree so far, outside of the stuff with her dad, with the great actor from, what was his name? Mark Lynn-Baker from Perfect Strangers. And that's because he's an actual actor and he knows how to ground that character and make him believable and likable. Same thing with Tim Roth, right? Like, once she's bouncing off of characters like that, then the scenes are great. But outside of that, there's no real substance here. The jokes don't land. We're not invested in her world. It feels like there's 2 or 3 episodes missing between the first episode and this one. Like, we have no frame of reference of what her life was like prior to this. She gets fired right away. Right? At least in any movie, before somebody gets fired, you got to show why it's a big deal they get fired. Even if it's just for 5-10 minutes, you show, oh, they were making all kinds of money at their job and it was a great job, or whatever it was that they love to do at the job. And then you establish why it's a big deal and it sucks for them to get fired, and you put them down that path of whatever the story may be. This story is not even, it's like non-existent. There is no real story yet. All we have to go on is she became a Hulk, and now she's supposed to defend Blonsky. That's all we've got out of this show, really. There's no other, I mean, unless somebody else can tell me a real storyline that's here, I have nothing yet. Other than that, we got more out of that little blip from the Hulk going into outer space that we know they're not going to tell us anything about until Secret Wars or whatever. And people are thinking, oh, we're going to get a Planet Hulk thing. I'm like, no, that's setting up Secret Wars probably. But regardless, I mean, at this point, I'm frustrated. Like, I agree with you. The show is not good enough to love, and it's not bad enough to hate. So you're stuck in the middle ground where it's at best boring and at worst cringe. So you're kind of stuck with a kind of a show, and a lot of people want to like it. I can tell, but at the same time, there's nothing here for anybody to kind of hold on to and grasp onto. And I think her characterization is the biggest problem with the show, is they haven't really pinned down at this point who she is and who she's supposed to be as a character to this show overall. And I know that was a long explanation, but that's my review of She-Hulk, is that it's too self-aware of what it's supposed to be, but at the same time, it has no idea what it wants to be.
I think that's very well said, and I agree. I mean, but that's a common failing of Disney Plus shows, is really thin plots that don't really go anywhere fast. Rancor Steve, what'd you think, my friend?
Well, I have some notes, and I had to cut down some of them because some of them are really bad. But I know a lot of you didn't like She-Hulk. I get that. That makes sense. Everyone has their own opinions, and it's rightfully so. But I thought it was a masterpiece. I thought the Jen Walters character is the best female lead character that surpasses Ripley. Just hands down. Just hands down. Said no one with a logical, normal human brain. I thought that was pretty funny. I was like, I hope that.
I was waiting for you to pull out a check from Mickey for a second there, but then
I know, right? And just burn it.
Disney shill.
Yeah, okay, right.
I don't know. With those boots, I think you're a Disney something else.
Totally a Disney shill.
We found a new Woody.
Disney Streetwalker. I don't know.
Somebody's poisoned the TV show.
So here are my notes, and some of them are actual legit questions. Some of them not so much. She thinks she's smarter than her cousin Bruce Banner, who's a physicist.
And has a lab, right? Right.
Got it. Okay, I can follow along with that. When she tells Bruce Banner that she has a better control of her anger because of issues that women deal with every day. Okay, a guy who's dealt with 15, 20 years, let's go with that, of just dealing with the government going after him, the army, military, whoever. Yeah, okay. That makes logical sense. And it took this one, I actually had to ask Andy Masterson just to clarify, and my wife, and they both told me the same answer. It took Bruce Banner 12 to 24 hours to transform his body to the Hulk, but it took Smarty McDumb 0.0001 seconds. Sounds logical. Like, even Abomination, it took him about 12 to 20 seconds. No, I was like, this, and one drop, no. It's like, I think in the comics, it was like a pint or something like that. I will say, when Jen turns into She-Hulk, they actually make She-Hulk pretty hot. I will say that. They do. I'm like, all right, you guys did pretty good. And when she's a normal human, she's cute. I'll agree with Doomcock on that. She's cute, but when she's She-Hulk,
she's hot.
Priceless. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll go to the gym with you. And the music is pretty good. The music is pretty good, and it's decent. That was the second episode. I was kind of bored. I want to ask everyone: were the episodes pretty short, or was that just me?
Very short.
They were short.
7 minutes of credits and shit,
right?
too.
Yeah,
it just felt like 10 minutes of watching it, and I was like, this is very short. For the second episode, wasn't that bad of an episode, minus the whole feminist bullshit thing. And then that's the thing, I like the show, but I don't. It's weird. When I first heard about this, I thought it was gonna be a movie, and I was like, sweet, I like She-Hulk comics, let's do this. They rewrote the whole entire origins. Okay, that's no surprise. But I just felt very much like there's nothing. It's the second episode was just nothing. I was like, this is kind of pointless. Abomination in there. I was like, all right, that's cool. You get an actor who knows how to act in it. That's cool. I didn't know you could actually call on a cell phone in outer space. Didn't know that. I need Elon Musk on that one. I was like really baffled. I was like, he's in fucking space.
That's
damn.
funny. Never thought about that.
That's what I like.
Elon would be like, actually, as long as you're within distance of the satellite, I think it might actually work.
But the first episode, I genuinely was laughing, not because it was all the way funny. It was just really cringy. But it was one of the few episodes I actually enjoyed from Disney Plus, Marvel, whatever crap they're doing. And the first episode, I wasn't too mad, like the fight scenes. The second episode, I was just very much just like, what's going on? What's the whole point of this? Like, I don't get it. It's so dumb. But it's not like what you guys were saying. It's not a terrible show, but it's not a great show. You're in the middle. So it's missing something. I feel it got rewrote halfway through filming. I feel like a bunch of guys just went in and be like, no, this is how you're going to do the action scene. This is how you're going to do this. And a bunch of the ladies who wrote it like, this is not fair. And then the guys are like, tough luck. And yeah,
well, the problem is that guy was Kevin Feige, and instead he came in and goes, I like this. No, this is going, bitch. Sorry, no. And then this is okay. This is okay. That's not.
Yeah.
That's literally what happened, really.
I was told by a bunch of people, I'm going to go into hating this. And that's my mentality. And I was watching it. I was like, I don't hate this as much as I thought I was. They really, like, the past few trailers on a lot of things have been really off. And the trailer for this one was way off. I enjoyed some of it. The actions between She-Hulk and the Hulk have been pretty good. I was like, all right, that's cool. And yeah, about Mark Ruffalo's lisp thing, dude, I don't even know what the hell's going on with that dude. He's fabulous or something. But that's all I got to say about this whole She-Hulk thing.
I had to deal with the gamma ray.
Douglas, what'd you think? Did you watch it?
Yes, I did. And there's no hope for this series. I'm biased because I'm very familiar with the comic books. John Byrne's run is what turned it into a comedy in the late 80s. But even so, he maintained its canon such that it was. And her origin story is so much better originally than what they did here, where it's just this stupid accident, which I'm not even sure would actually work. Because she had this deal. She was this attorney, and there was a hit put out on her while she was helping Bruce Banner. He was seeking out legal advice about what to do about him being the Hulk. Of course, they did eliminate that in the MCU by making him douchey soy boy Hulk, and that's it. They've taken away the entire tragic story of the Hulk and the burden that he deals with and all that. So, and I guess that was out the window. So I know his blood rubs on her arm, and there you go. That's all you need, apparently. But I mean, the overall narrative of the Hulk is still there because they did it, and yet you have this scene for her to, I've suffered more than you because I'm a woman, blah blah blah, and all the crap that he went through. The actual line, it was a different actor, but I tried to kill myself, but I can't because I Hulk out. He's this tortured soul, and even when it's a comedy, fine. But it's just like, dramas can have humor. Comedies can have some amount of drama in it, and it backs it up and makes it where it actually would have given it a bit more power to it had just have it in that he's losing control of, which is another thing to the comics. He gains control, then he loses it and all this stuff. He starts losing control again. And, despite what other victories she would have in this series, she can't save him. And it's kind of this sad end note for it or what have you, but they take all that away. They take away her actual origin, which was far stronger. So don't give me this feminist crap. You don't respect this character because you take away what was hers. And then what do you do? Well, you give her they make the joke about she's a derivative character. Yes, she is. And then what do? You compound it by giving yet another derivative character from the Hulk's story of the Abomination and all that, which was in the second episode. That's the only interesting aspect of it. It's a blink, you miss it. The case that he's presenting is actually a bit clever. It's actually true to the story. He was given this super soldier serum, and he can blame all of his crimes on that and everything. And that's like, but that's real quick. And then the rest of it is this boring lackluster crap, and then you get the little teaser. Oh, by the way, he had a cameo in Shang-Chi. How did that happen? And so there's the only interesting thing is that, oh, maybe they'll explain this in the series. Maybe it's not really him in the prison cell and all that sort of stuff. Okay, fine. But the rest of it is just like, you know, Steve and Tom, they summed it up. You know, I mean, it's just, there's nothing there. If you're going to do a comedy, you actually have to know how to write comedy, and you have to know how your jokes land, and they don't. It's very lazy, slap job stuff, and that's its ultimate a failure. You could have Jennifer Walters and make her be this, you know, feminist type character, but the problem there is that she has to learn, and they're not going to allow that. You know, that she has to come to the point that to become a heroic character, you have to understand it's not always, the universe doesn't center around you and that sort of thing. And they're incapable of that. So I don't expect to see much of that throughout this series. And yes, it is very short, which in a way it's kind of a bright side to it. I mean, the second episode particularly, I was like, oh, it's over. Well, all right, good.
Right. It was more painless, you know, more or less.
Yeah, it's not as painful. So admittedly, I'm biased because I've known the comics, and that's already, this is barely applicable to that. And but it's not good. Yeah, you can compare it to, like, is it better than Boba Fett? Well, yeah, but so what?
But so are progressive commercials.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
So,
and I hate progressive commercials. I hate flow.
yeah. Oh
passionately.
yeah, that. Oh my
but
God,
Boba
when
Fett
will
was
it end?
awful.
End it. So I have no real hope for this one, and it's like you said, yeah, Tatiana Maslany is an amazing, and you've got this enormous talent there. I've seen her skill, and it's astounding, and she's just wasted here. And you see this time and time again with these projects, and it's all very sad. I guess they're paying her well, but yeah, they're just absolutely squandering of talent. And but that's what it is, and I don't get your hopes up.
I think that's an excellent summation. Gary has something he wants to add, and then we're going to go to Andy. Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, real quickly. Sorry, Andy. I'll be brief. I just want to add that apparently Mark Ruffalo had a medical issue, and part of his face is paralyzed.
Oh,
so I didn't know
poor
that.
guy.
So that would be why his speech is, you know, kind of awkward. But fuck him anyway. So on to you, Andy.
Go ahead, Andy.
Oh, look.
Yes. Yeah.
And look, and here's the scene Doug was talking about where she gets shot. Oh, yeah.
Right.
And where, you know, she gets a whole blood transfusion from Bruce. I mean, and let's be honest here. Oh, I have like the John Byrne first issue too.
Oh yeah, no, that's hot.
Okay, so if all it took was a little splash of fluid from a guy, 3/4 of women in New Jersey would be much better athletes. But then you have the other thing going on here with the scene with in the ladies' room where she hulks out after she gets said fluid dropped in her system. And then she goes and becomes She-Hulk, transforms back into Jen, and wanders her way into the ladies' room at this cheesy bar. Okay. And all these women come in to help her out. And of course, that's what women do. All right. Now, back in like 1988, I was working as a bank teller, and I was one of 2 men that worked there. And the other one was gay. So I walked into many, many conversations on there, and I learned several things. No, not about the head teller thing, Gary. But I learned like that women abuse each other so much more and say the worst things to each other.
Yeah,
so
they're
much
mean.
more than any men ever could.
Yeah.
They are ruthless and horrible. And I saw this when my daughter was little, and how cruel all the little girls were to each other. Like, yeah, once they passed like 8 years old, it's just, it's like, it's why the great white shark, the biggest ones are the females, because I mean, they're just mean. And the idea that they're going to like, oh, honey, you need some help. Well, Okay, yeah, because that happens. Like they would have been walking in there like, oh yeah, what happened to you? All this stuff, like, Anyway, the thing that bugged me the most about this was that there's so much potential here. There's so much. You've got a great actress. You've got like a great character. You've got all this stuff laid out for you, and you have to piss it away. And then you get to this point here where they come along with the scene where, because like I do it, I control my anger infinitely more than you do. Like, you know what? How about this? Okay. Let's talk to a man. Okay. You put a man in an environment. Okay. You put a man in this environment and like you get some smarmy little jerk at work that you could just freaking pummel and just deck with one hand, but you can't. And you look at Johnny Depp. Okay. Look how much that man controlled his anger.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think controlled their anger more, him or Amber? But she did it infinitely more every day because I'm sure she was catcalled at one point. And I'm not dismissing that, like it's rude, it's obnoxious and stuff like that. But the odds of, the scene, the part where she says like I could literally get murdered every day. I'm sorry. Who are the most common victims of violent crime in America? Oh, that's right. It's men by other men. So who are the most common murder victims? Oh, that's right. Men. So you go up and you do all this grandstanding. And the problem with it is that everybody in the world knows the realities of it. Everybody in the world knows that this is really what happens. And yes, those things are bad and unfortunate. And you should treat women with respect, which is what most men do. But they want to make this big thing of it. And all of the things that the Hulk has gone through, losing the love of his life, all these things like, Betty Ross. And then if you want to stick to the MCU with Natasha, dying and stuff like that, and he couldn't bring her back. He could bring everybody else back but her. Yeah. All of the good points for me were wiped out in those couple moments. All of those things were just like sucked away from all the potential. And I'm the jackass that bought this stuff like in 1980. I was like 13 years old when that thing came out. And I have every single issue of She-Hulk. And so I guess it's bullshit about that the men don't like the strong female characters, because like John Byrne did a hell of a job doing that. And the thing that bothers me the most is all they had to do, they have a model here. They have a model to stick to. And all they had to do was just follow it, read it. How about this? Read it. And you had these women out there, that these writers were saying, well, we didn't know how to write a courtroom drama. My God, you're a screenwriter, right? How many law shows have there been? You had the Raymond Burr one, you know what I mean? And Ironside, all those LA Law. I mean, we haven't had a decade without at least 6 law shows on it. They haven't watched any of them. They don't know how to write that. So like that, though, it goes on. And that's the thing that bothers me the most about this is you've got such potential with it. You have so much going for it, and they still manage to screw it up. They still manage to go and piss off like half of your demographic that you want to watch. Hey, look, if all you want are blue-haired Karens watching this show, go for it, I guess. But I don't think they're going to give you the numbers that you really need to keep your stuff afloat. I'm sorry. It got me a little angry because I've been such a hardcore Marvel fan, and it bugged me a little bit, but I'm good now thanks to whiskey. But
you have every right to be, Andy. What's funny is we all came to the same conclusion, which was this could have been great.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's messed up. But I'll tell you what, speaking of anger, okay, it's time to move on to the thing that pissed me off the most this week. Even in my depleted condition, I hate House of the Drags On. I swear to God, fucking waste. God damn it. First of all, the only reason I watched it is because I was incapacitated and just lying down, and there was nothing else on, so I just said, okay, I'm gonna look at this for review purposes. What a pointless bunch of shit. I mean, you know, and apparently a lot of people watch the fucking thing, which makes me sick. I mean, what the fuck? How many people grew up on a farm and got kicked in the head by a mule over and over again? I don't know. Apparently a lot. Because, I mean, Jesus Christ, talk about being abused and coming back for more. I mean, literally like a fucking cuck. Just you know, Game of Thrones cucked everybody, men and women that were big onto that show with a shit 8th season. So this is a prequel. So we know how it all ends. We know where it all leads. So who gives a shit? I mean, it really makes me sick. But beyond that, beyond having a shred of self-fucking respect, beyond not like enabling the people that fucked you, shafted you before, and coming back for more, yes sir, may I have another? This was a slow show. It was lame. It you know, one of the things about Game of Thrones was the enormous depth of characterization and great acting and variety of characters that were in the original Game of Thrones, like in season 1. Think about it. Think about every character that had a backstory, even the maesters and stuff. All of these people were fucking generic, except, you know, old, you know, Doctor Who, Matt Smith. He was like just the meanest, you know, guy ever. You know, just a complete prick. But without the kind of charm and depth that made Cersei so fascinating to watch. You know, it was just a drab, joyless, boring fucking slog. I really was completely underwhelmed. Seeing another dragon, it's like, who gives a shit? I mean, this could practically be the same models, just retextured and the same fucking shots. The same fucking shots, for fuck's sake. I mean, it just, fuck this show. And I just hope that people will not be so lame as to watch this shit. Because I mean, it's adding, you know, injury to insult. That's what it really is. I mean, why the fuck are you going to, first of all, allow them to get away with it? You know, with Game of Thrones, like if people go and then make this fucking show a hit, then it says, hey, basically, you know, you're a fucking cuck and we can do anything we want to you and you'll come limping back for more like some fucking abused spouse that's been beaten, and it's like, oh baby, I know you'll try and do better this time. Fuck you, right? And the Jesus Christ, it's just so sad. And it sets the cause of fighting for good pop culture back, you know, several steps. I'm really disheartened, and I'd like to go around to anybody who has anything to say about this. But I mean, fuck, George R.R. Martin will never finish the story. He's never going to finish the book. So this is like a twice dead franchise. You know, George R.R. Martin has let it starve from neglect by not releasing a new fucking book in over 11 fucking years. And then you've got this goddamn bunch of leeches like George R.R. Martin. Oh, well, I'll go ahead and crank out this because I can make some bucks on it. Fuck you. And he's never going to finish this shit. So George R.R. Martin starved the thing to death, and then Dumb and Dumber, old Dan and Dave, beat it to death. You know, fuck you. So I just, who else wants to go next?
Well, I saw it. So.
Okay, Douglas, what do you think?
All in all, I can't. It's one episode to judge it by. I guess wouldn't be fair, but overall, again, this is like the parallels with Star Wars. You know, it all leads to the end of Game of Thrones, and the only explanation I would have for that to have any interest in, and keep in mind this is HBO Max numbers, so maybe it did well for their, you know, better than most of their shows, so it's still some positives, but I don't know that it's this great wonder yet. But the parallels end in the sense that most of the basic plot points of the end of Game of Thrones could have worked, but you needed at least perhaps 2, maybe 3 more seasons to make that work. Most notably, what they did to Khaleesi. I mean, you just can't. Oh, I mean, granted, her best friend gets murdered in front of her, but that's like, good God, did you see the story she went through to get there? This breaks her and it goes crazy because she's, daddy's little girl, and just like him, and goes crazy and murders everybody and all that. It was just absolutely just so stupid, and it's just blatantly obvious because Benioff and Weiss said, "Let's get out of here. Let's go. Wrap it up." And it just lazy slap job stuff for this amazing achievement that the series had garnered, and then this is what you do with it. Of course, then the other problem is Martin himself. It just hasn't finished the damn thing, so it's like, what's the point? Where are you going? Just left to itself, it's just this basic, castle intrigue story, and that's about all it is. Matt Smith, I didn't have a problem with him in the role, but I just this will probably be another talent that's wasted, because but the ultimate problem going in is that the franchise is so tainted by the failure of Game of Thrones. So even if this turns out to be okay or even good, it's, so what?
Exactly.
That's the problem with it. So it's a bit of a mess. The only interesting thing, I guess, is just hey, it's going to be better than Lord of the Rings. Which is, saying something, but that's, you got it. And more than likely it will be much better than
so
Lord
is my
of the
vasectomy.
So those are your choices for sword and fantasy series for the moment. So that's all there is to it, really. I mean, there were some good things in it, I think, but it's just not enough. What are you going to do?
I think it's fucking pointless, man. I think it's just fucking. Oh, God.
Yeah, I mean, it's just burnt. It's already been burnt down. I don't know.
It's played.
This is an alternate universe.
Yeah.
I don't know what you can do. Because even with the parallels with Star Wars, it's like, hey, Mandalorian was good. So, oh, look, the dragons are screaming at you.
My
They must be female.
So I'm sharing Douglas Nelson's image, but my comment is going to be limited to about 30 seconds, where I'll say, why don't we have a game of cock? Or Game of Throne cock? Or Game of Cock Thrones? Or something. Game of Cock Dragon.
Yes, in the game of cocks, everyone gets,
These women need to be rewarded with some cock.
Flaming cock. Holy
it's
shit.
sad. It's sad. It's Benioff and Weiss's fault and Martin's fault.
Yep.
There you go.
I agree. Andy, does anyone else have anything? Who wants to go next? Anyone?
I really just, I watched it and I didn't care. And that's
yes.
And I jumped on the Game of Thrones thing late. I had a friend of mine who really persuaded me to watch it, and I watched those first 4 or 5 seasons, and it was like, wow, this is great. And it's like, I mean, it's like getting that great date and then finding out that welcome to Thailand. It's, there's something down there that's just not going to finish the deal. Everything you had about it just dropped right through the floor. Like, you had all this great setup, and then it just became this, I swear that there's a course in screenwriting that says what we want to do is take all the potential in the world and then just do the complete opposite of it. And I couldn't find myself I liked watching Matt Smith. I thought he was the only character on there that really grabbed your attention. Everybody else was like, all I could think of, Doomcock, was like you talking the other night about how you really needed to get some sleep, and I just thought to myself, hey, watch this, you'll be okay. It'll help you out a lot. But
yes, House of the Drags On, as I call it.
Yeah, it was just boring, and I think that's probably the worst thing you can say about a show that's supposed to have such adventure, is that it's boring. So that's all I got.
I agree, and I just pity the fool. I pity the fool that watches this shit. You know, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. Does anyone else have anything to say about this before we move on?
You said it all for me, so I'm good.
Yeah.
All right, man.
I guess one more thing is stop doing the prequels. You apparently don't have the skill for it, so don't do it.
Yeah. I just thought it was dreary, boring. I didn't like any of the characters. Didn't care. Fuck. God, what a pointless piece of shit that was. I did not like it. Let's go to some super chats. There we go. Thank you, Fet for Hire, for doing those amazing graphics. And let's see. We have got Classic Comics with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Classic Comics. Says, how bad can it be? This is the studio that released Catwoman, for fuck's sake. That's exactly the point that I made, Classic Comics. That's exactly the thought I had. It's like, oh my God. I mean, if they release Catwoman and would not release Batgirl, woo, Lord, it must be terrible. And I've had some rumors about that they did things to Michael Keaton, and it's just something they don't dare to show anyone. I guess it will. Maybe we'll see someday. I hope not. I hope some things are better unseen. If you could unsee The Last Jedi, wouldn't you pay to unsee The Last Jedi? Ah, Christ, I sure would.
I'd rather see The Last Jedi than Steve's Kelly Boots video, but
that's debatable. Thank you.
Yes. How does that song go, Rancor Steve? These boots are made for cocking. I think that's basically what we had there.
Why, yes, it is.
Oh, God. Oh, I was hoist on my own petard there. I'm going to move on. Thank you. Scott Viator says, glad you're feeling better. Well, thank you, Scott. I'm better, getting better every day. But it's been, I'm just all worn down, man. But thank you, Scott. I appreciate that very, very much. And very generous super chat, by the way, Scott. $20 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Jim Kilpatrick with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Jim says, I know the secret of your helmet, Doomcock. It contains your head when it's about to explode. Exactamundo, my friend. Exactamundo. It's the only reason I'm still around. This helmet has saved my life through all of the fucking horrors of STD and, Disney Plus and everything else. Oh, my God. Without that, I would not be around. Thank you, Jim. Lord of the Eagles Reaches. Channel member for 34 months. Thank you, my lord. Says, glad to see you feeling better, my liege. I thank you, my friend. I'm delighted to be here with you all and feeling a lot better today. SJD with a €5 super chat. Thank you, SJD. Says, all support to the Lord of all supervillains. God bless you, SJD. I appreciate that, and hail to you. I'm delighted to be here back with you all on Sunday, and hopefully moving forward, knock wood, God bless you. Lord of all supervillains. I love the sound of that. Jay the Real McCoy, who's been a channel member for 11 months, says, are you feeling better, Doomcock? Yes, I'm not entirely recovered by any means. I'm still struggling, but I am getting better every day. And, having sleep helped me a lot last night, I gotta say. Thank God. Michael Maloney with a $3 super sticker of Bushiba saying, my hero. Thank you, Michael. I am honored to be your hero. I was a villain, but somehow some see me as a hero these days. I don't know. I guess that's how bad the world has gotten when a supervillain is viewed as a hero. It just shows you the level of moral decline in this civilization. Very sad. A fellow chucker with a $5 super sticker of Bushiba giving a thumbs up and saying a good job. Thanks, man. We aim to please here on Pop Culture Breakdown. We're looking forward to, we're going to have George Molo here. He's going to come on here in a few minutes and talk to us about the latest Lord of the Rings Ring of Power bullshit. I'm really glad he's going to give us an update on that. And then we're going to talk about Caddyshack. SJD with another €5 super chat. Thank you so much, SJD. Says, Overlord DVD, just ensure you stay healthy. SJD, I have been doing nothing this past week but struggling to be okay and to get better. It has been incredibly tiresome and wearying, but I am doing it. I'm doing the best I can, and you're helping. You're all helping. Thank you, SJD. Don Lewis with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Don Lewis says, let me offer the panel a challenge. Can you write an original series Star Trek episode? Just a plot or synopsis, please. No hurry either. Well, we can't do it on the spot, Don. But I could definitely write a original Star Trek episode. Anyone else on the panel feel like they could write a Star Trek episode?
I could do it right now on the spot.
Oh, go ahead, Gary.
No, it's going to cost you $2,000.
Oh, and let's go back to the super chat.
Fired.
That was close. Aaron Pipes with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Aaron. Says, is Gary cooking rabbit? That looks like rabbit to me. Where's the wing?
Rabbit chicken.
Rabbit chicken. Actually, that looked like tuna.
Oh, that was not rabbit, you guys. I wouldn't cook my own pets. No, that was actually local swordfish from Kansas. So we were very grateful for the fishmonger in Kansas that offered that. That was locally fresh caught swordfish from Kansas.
How the hell do you catch swordfish in Kansas? It's in Atlanta.
That's what I thought, but they were so convincing. They sold me on it, and I just like that. It was really good, man. It was really good.
I think you just bought trout,
bite.
man.
Well, it had a little bite to it. It had a little sting, and I was thrown up for about 12 hours, but it was still pretty good.
Well, he sold Gary fresh fish in California from Kansas, and then sold him the bridge that they caught it off of as well. So, well done. Well done. He sacrifices for this show. Kathleen Morrison with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Kathleen. Says, OMG, cooking for you is the funniest thing ever. More, please. Also feel better, DC. Thank you, Kathleen. You see, Kathleen Morrison, she's a woman, and she loved it. See?
Hit the target.
Mission accomplished.
We did. Mission accomplished. Alaric Harrison with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Alaric. Says, from men in tights to men in aprons. Laughed and then gave thumbs up. See, we're hitting that sweet demographic, my friends. We're hitting that sweet demographic.
Right.
Thank you, Alaric Harrison. And Mr. CCDV, channel member for 31 months, says, I am so going to start making cooking videos again. See? We've inspired it.
Damn,
we're the only cooking show in all of the Fandom Menace. I think that we have nailed it. This is an innovation that's going to catch fire.
Hey, I started with my toast.
That's true. That's true. And then Mrs. Bunny Mom Ambrosia and her gaggle of gals in the other living room were, oh look. Oh, it's Andy Masterson. He's cooking. Yeah, fucking toast.
Dude, straight up. I'm getting text messages of how hot Andy Masterson is. I am getting text messages from folks out there.
You guys are going to get so much pussy.
I swear to you.
It's not fair.
Oh my God. I guess I'm going to have to do a cooking video.
Don't worry.
I'm on this sweet action.
I'm going to buy a pair of those cowboy boots Steve has, and I'll take the air right out of those sales.
I was gonna say, Doomcock, you do that video, but you do it in nothing but your helmet and an apron, nothing else.
Oh dear, no.
That's what the ladies want, my friend.
Yeah, start cooking and see what comes up.
Ladies are gonna. Thank you, Mr. CCDV. I will not be watching your cooking videos, but I encourage you to make them. The ladies do seem to like them. Sean Carter, channel member for 20 months at the Archvillain level. Thank you, Sean. Says that segment was awesome. But next time, Tom needs to play the Rancor Steve part.
No one wants that.
Yeah, no, nobody wants that.
No.
Apparently somebody
Sean Carter does. Apparently
somebody does. So let's make that happen.
I guess
I
Sean's
want
a
it.
chubby
Get
chaser.
that hammer.
We got to get Tom in the short shorts and the American flag booties. And
Who wears short shorts? Not Tom, because he couldn't get one leg in short shorts if he tried to.
I hear you, man. I hear you. I wouldn't want to do that either. Casey Osowski with a very, very generous $20 super chat. God bless you, Casey. Thank you, my friend. He says, "Hail DC. Hope you're feeling better. I'm not having a great day. I'm so happy to see you tonight. It really helps. Bless you." Casey, I'm sorry to hear that you're not having a great day. Doggone it. Why don't you drop me a line? Let me know what's going on. We'll see
Hang
if I
in there,
can't-
Casey. We love you.
Yeah,
buddy.
hang in there. Poor guy. Love you, Casey. Let me know what's going on with you, will you? And Sean Carter, $10 super chat. Thank you, Sean. Says, in the next What If episode, Bruce and Jennifer are cousins from Alabama. Stay tuned to see which fluid is transferred.
I think that's kind of what Gary was implying, wasn't it?
Kind of.
He might have got it twisted with Game of Thrones, though. I could see that happening.
Marvel goes where
with all the
no
cousin loving
shows.
going on there.
Disney Plus goes where Disney Plus has never gone before. Down, 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 down. Ding, 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 ding. Thank you, Sean Carter. Nicholas Horton with a 3-pound super sticker of Bushiba waving and saying, "How's it going?" Well, it's going better than it has been, Nicholas. Thank you, man. Thank you. SJD with a €5 super chat. Thank you, SJD. Bushiba laughing. And I'm glad y'all are enjoying this episode. I want to thank again the production guys, Gary and Steve and and of course Andy Masterson for putting together Cooking for You. And Gary, man, that was shit. That was your delivery, like Bob Ross on Valium. That's how I
Hey,
describe
baby,
it.
my pain is your meal ticket. So
I
you're
love
welcome.
it. It's fantastic. And Nicholas Horton, he's been a channel member 34 months at the Archvillain level. Thank you, Nicholas. Says, "Hail Doomcock. Hope you're feeling better and glad that Pop Culture Breakdown Live is back this week. I recommend the Netflix anime Violet Evergarden. It's a great anime show. It has beautiful background animation." Cool, man. I will log it, put it on the voluminous list. And,
But it's very depressing.
Oh, really?
Yes, it is. Like you want to delete yourself when you're watching this. It is completely depressing. It's great. My son had me watch it. It's really good, but it is. Be prepared because it is dour.
Oh fuck. Okay, well I'm gonna wait till I feel better to watch it. I don't need any more any more fucking misery. So thanks for the warning, Andy. I appreciate that. Boy Type with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Boy Type. Says, everyone's free to have bad taste, but this was not a good show, DC. Without respect, we reject, and this show is the absolute definition of disrespect. I guess you're talking about She-Hulk. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it is disrespectful in those instances that we talked about. But I think that I personally felt that there's been way more disrespect on other shows. I mean, I can't recommend She-Hulk. I don't. It's just not that good, and it does have the woke points, and it does miss the mark. I think largely as a comedy. I don't think it's very funny. Yeah, but to each his own, man. Hail Boy Type, and Boy Type also says with a $5 super chat, She-Hulk is a collection of trash feminist humor that doesn't land, which is true. Sexist, misandrous stereotypes, absolutely true. And disrespect of the male Marvel heroes and fans. Pretty much true. So I see your point, Boy Type. Well, like I said, I'm a toxic male. Show me a pretty face, and my brain goes soft sometimes. So what can I say? We all fuck up sometimes. I think I would rather watch She-Hulk than fucking Book of Boba Fett. I was fucking awful. Same thing for fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi. But to each his own. Alien Baby with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Alien Baby says she's like the second wife of the millionaire. Dumps on the accomplishments of men while utilizing them. Hulk power, paved roads, 2-story buildings. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. I think maybe also I'm not paying like a whole lot of attention to She-Hulk because, I have been ill. So I'm kind of fading in and out as I'm watching it. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't know. I'll keep watching it. We'll see what happens. Valiant Renegade, who's been a channel member for 20 months at the Archvillain level. God bless you, Valiant Renegade. It's good to see you, my friend. Valiant Renegade says, can't wait for the Nielsen numbers on She-Hulk. Suspect the drop-off after week 1 and 2 could be spectacular. I think you will like a video I'm going to release this week on information from my Disney Plus spy who does have some numbers regarding She-Hulk that I think everyone will find very, very interesting. Let's see. Boy Type with a $2 super chat. Thank you again, Boy Type says, Andy's assessment is 100% spot on about She-Hulk. So there you go, Andy. Your cooking got you fans, and also your reasoning got you fans today here. So well done.
Thank you very much.
Smart people. Smart people.
Smart people, yeah.
Yeah.
And Jack White with $3 $5 super chats in a row. Thank you so much, Jack White. Jack says, Andy, the problem with these so-called screenwriters is that they don't generally watch TV shows and movies. They tend to have CNN or MSNBC playing 24/7. Yeah, I can see that. Andy, do you agree with that?
I do. Yeah, it's
about right.
Echo chamber.
Yeah, pretty much. Jack White also says, basically, you can't have people who all they know is politics write entertainment because they don't know anything about storytelling. God damn, exactly.
Amen.
Jack White, you nailed it right there, buddy. You fucking nailed it right there. And Jack also says, DC, next time you're that sick, go to Netflix and watch Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, 64 episodes of a great story and great characters. Problem is, when I'm really sick, I can't really concentrate on shit that I really want to watch, which is why, I watched She-Hulk and House of the Drags On. And Douglas Nelson says, hail Doomcock, feel better soon. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you so very, very much. Okay, gang, I will finish the super chats here after we get to, I guess, we're going to, is George not here yet, Mike?
I don't know. I can't see the back. Is he?
Yeah, no, I guess he's not here yet. So I'll read a few more of these super chats.
All right, you should be in here any second.
Yeah, sure.
If I could interrupt for a minute, I got to take off, Doomcock.
Oh, yes.
Sorry. Yeah.
That's okay, Douglas. Please go ahead, my friend.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and plug you. Well, not plug you. Plug your channel.
Wow. Jeez, this is really like innuendo.
Oh my!
You should see the
Steve fucked up my whole
Steve.
It was here. Well,
what are you talking about?
Fucking shorts.
It's hammer time.
Once seen, it cannot be unseen.
Next question.
So, you can follow me on Twitter at Mr. Nelson and other social media platforms. You can catch my podcast, Mr. Nelson Show, at radiomisfits.com or wherever you get your podcast. And you can watch my videos on the Nelson Ratings. And you can keep up with me over at my locals page, the nelsonratings.locals.com. There's a lot of stuff there. There are stuff behind a paywall, most notably my Poor Man Mystery Science Theater treatment of old public domain sci-fi and horror films, good stuff like that. And on Instagram, I do post a lot of my artwork there, stuff like that. Oh, and my Night comic book you can get over at indieplanet.com. Night and Sun King comic books available there now for your reading pleasure, as they are based on my audio plays of the same name that are featured in the podcast and archived at the Nelson Ratings.
Well, Douglas, thank you, man. And I'm sorry you've been under the weather. I hope you'll feel entirely better very soon, my friend. Bless you, and you take care of yourself, okay?
Well, you do the same, Doomcock.
And thank you for those wonderful graphics, as always. You're enormously talented, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you. All right. Have a good night, everybody.
Take care.
Love you, Doug. See you later, man.
Bye-bye, brother. Okay, well, let's go ahead and move on to talking about Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power, with an update from our own George the Giant Slayer, George Molo, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, George, how you doing?
How are you doing, my friend?
Well, I've been better, but I've also been worse. Been under the weather, but
I heard you
getting
Friday.
better.
You sound stronger today.
I feel, I got a good night's sleep last night, and I am doing better. I actually ate something today.
Oh, thank God.
Which is good. But George, man,
where do you want to begin?
Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power. What do you? The Rings of Power. That's what I should call it. It's like the best is ever. It's the Rings of Power.
In my parody video, I always release a parody video, but after I do a regular video. And in the last one, we put the bestest ever, the way you do it. I thought it was kind of funny. A lot of people liked it.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's great. I call it now the Rings of Representation, Simon Tolkien's revenge porn.
Rings of, say that again. Rings of what?
Rings of Representation, Simon Tolkien's revenge porn.
Wow. Wow.
Holy crap.
Well, the problem is, I took a step back this week and I watched the final trailer before the next final trailer before the next final trailer. I've never seen a show that had so many teasers and trailers in the last month instead of the entire year. And what I realized was, okay, the canon's obliterated, so it's not there. The story they're trying to tell and what their downfall is going to be, especially if you read that Business Insider report, how much those two Amazon insiders stated that they've staked everything on the success of Rings of Representation, that if it fails in any way, which of course they're saying they're not going to allow it to fail, meaning they're going to find any which way to use a metric to gauge victory. But if it fails,
right,
they're pretty much saying it's the end of Amazon streaming. Like, if you can't get this right, you're done. The problem is the time compression. So they released the last trailer and you get their version of Galad diarrhea. You get their Galadriel. She comes out and she starts where she's stating, in one of the clips that preceded it, Galadriel is haunted and on a mission of vengeance. So I sat here and I thought, how is this possible? The entire premise of their series is based on a lie. Okay. Galadriel's brother, Finrod Felagund, he had died of his wounds when he was fighting one of Sauron's werewolves. Like he fought it with his hands, his feet, and his teeth. He killed it, but he died of his wounds. Well, as Galadriel would know, all elves are able to, at one point in time, be reincarnated. Now, Tolkien went back and forth how that would happen. Could they be reborn to new parents, or could they have their body recreated? Well, for Finrod, the Valar, and he went right to the halls of Mandos, which is kind of like a purgatory. The Valar bring him right back. They just give him a body because he was so noble. He was so great. They're like a wonderful elf. Not a problem. And so he was sitting there with his sweetheart Amarie in Aman and his father Finarfin. So it's kind of like, what vengeance are you talking about? So right there, the foundation that they've built this whole thing on is a fabrication. It's a lie. It's not we stretched the lore. It's not we took some nuggets from the canon, as they'll say. No, they completely wrote the book that Tolkien never wrote. She's on a quest for vengeance when it doesn't exist. Then the show is about the Rings of Power, right? That's what they keep telling us. Have you seen any rings? Any discussion of rings? Anywhere?
No, I haven't.
Well, here's the thing. The rings were actually crafted by the elves of Eregion when Sauron, under the guise of Anatar, who's known as like the Lord of Gifts, he deceived them. He went and taught Celebrimbor, and he went and taught the elves how to craft them. Well, he made those rings about 1,600 years before our Pharazôn or Elendil or Tarmiriel were born. So it's like, how the hell do you have a show about rings that were made 1,600 years prior, the fall of Numenor, which is the end, and the last alliance of elves and men, which comes afterwards? So there is nothing to tie this whole thing together, at least from canon. This is all about creating, kind of like Kevin Smith's Hee-Haw She-Ra. That's Galadriel. Tarmiriel is modern representation. I am here. I am woman. I'm minority. Hear me roar. Everything else is, how can we give the middle finger to Tolkien? That's it.
What I found absolutely fascinating was the fact that they changed the debut date. Originally, this was supposed to be September 2nd,
Right.
which is the day that he passed away,
His
the day
anniversary.
he died. And then was it last week or a week and a half ago, they changed the dates to the 1st, to before
Yes,
that.
they did. They changed the date to the 1st, except you still have the clips and all of their teasers and all of their interviews and all the clips keep saying September 2nd. So it actually comes out on Thursday, the 1st. And then it will also play on Friday at 2 a.m. Central.
So you're saying that 80-90% of all the clips they release still are watermarked with the September 2nd?
Well, yeah, you can go right now. Go up to Twitter. Go to Rings of Power and go look at their last trailer. It will say at the end of it September 2nd. So I don't really understand what's going on there. It's like, is there like a little civil war brewing there? I mean, is someone actually trying to destroy it? Because you've told the fans since February that it premieres September 2nd, but now they switch the dates.
Okay, and so, wow. Wow. So I got two more follow-on questions.
Yep.
One of them is that what do you make of the Cinemark special release where they basically cooked up a deal? So, like, I know that if I can go to Cinemark right now and sign up for the frequent movie watcher program, which I'm not a Cinemark person. I'm an AMC guy because that's what's near me.
Right.
But I get $10 voucher and I get to go watch the first, 2 episodes?
Two episodes. Yep. You get to watch. Right.
And,
I think. Yep.
And that's 2 days early. That's like that. So they're letting that happen on Tuesday or Wednesday.
Wednesday. Yeah. Wednesday in most places.
Why would they do that? I don't understand.
See, I think that's so they can boost their numbers. I don't think
how, but they want good streaming numbers. How does that boost?
I know, but think about it. I don't know how they're going to do it, but if the way that the Business Insider article reads, if you were to pull it up, that came out a couple of days ago, it states that they will find any metric that they can claim victory with. That's why I keep repeating that. They're going to state, I think the numbers they're not going to count them. I think they're going to turn around and say streaming numbers don't matter. If it misses any type of mark, they're going to say, no, that's not how we gauge success. One of the metrics they used is how many Prime members who have not watched Prime in 30 days return to watch that. So if you haven't logged on to your Amazon Prime account to watch any shows at all, but you show up that week to watch it, they're going to count that as a success.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I got it loud. Okay, hold on. That's me, because the last time I saw Prime was, I think, was it 30 days ago? I don't know. I think I saw the terminal list on it. And I am going to watch this on Amazon. So you're telling me if I go click on, then that makes me like a metric of success? Like,
yes.
If I had.
So I've been telling people, and I'm working on a video to tell everybody, hey, if you're going to even watch it, which I suggest you don't, try to find other means to watch it. Please don't watch it, or at least cancel for the time period, or wait, because I keep putting in all my videos, which I don't think YouTube's happy with me. At the end, I'll always put cancel Amazon Prime. Like, you can always go back if you need to sign up, or if you want to see it, wait till the whole thing is done. Because you know how it is, Doomcock. You know how it is, Mexican Iron Man, everyone else. They're going to count the numbers in the first few episodes. That's what everyone in the media is going to be looking at. How does it do against House of the Dragon? How does it do against everything else? But I wanted really to ask Tom, because he would know this better. Because someone told me that the numbers that they get in the movie theaters for Cinemark, because they're doing it all around the world, that they can count those. Each person that goes in there for the free ticket, they can count those towards their numbers. Is that possible?
Probably. I mean, I don't see why not. They're already probably using it as a tax write-off as far as like a coupon deal anyway, so I wouldn't be surprised.
So if they have 1 million people from around the world, they can claim that number as these many people watched episode 1 and 2.
If they actually get that many, yeah, I have a hard time believing 1 million people would go see this thing.
Well, I check the theaters all around Houston. They have it at 7 theaters in the Houston area, and they're all full. Except it's odd; it's half the theaters full. They only are filling half all the chairs aren't available.
Really?
So yeah, I don't know why. I don't know if it was just the Cinemark map, the way it was representing it. But when I called one of the theaters, said, "How many seats do you have in this theater?" I think they told me like 350, and I said, "Well, I'm looking at your screen, and it looks like about 200." He says, "Yeah, because we're only allowing about 2/3 or a quarter. Each one is doing it differently. Supposedly, they're going to have snacks there because over the last
That's what I was going to say.
over the last few days, they've been doing these in London and Brazil, in India, and they've been giving away stuff to all the people." Now, Chris Gore made a great comment, and he said that it will, and I love this. He said it will be the lowest grossing movie in 2022 because it's going to bring in $0 because they can't because of the licensing issues. So in that way, it will be a complete failure in the movie theater. But Esquire just released its top 10 and top 20 list of most anticipated shows of 2022, and it's number 5.
Oh, Christ.
I mean, you could see even the people who are quasi their puppets aren't even looking forward to it. I mean, they'll say, "Oh, it's a great show. It looks great," but yeah, we'll put it number 5. They put The Bear, I think, as number 1. FX is The Bear. So I don't.
The Bear?
I didn't know anything about it till I looked it up. It's about a chef, James Beard award-winning chef who goes to his brother, I think, committed self-deletion, and then he goes to New York to run the family dive, and he turns it into a great kitchen.
Dude, think about that. How many on the panel knew about The Bear?
Not me.
Not in the sense that you guys are saying.
No.
Did anyone know?
It's supposedly out already on Hulu. I never heard of it.
Okay, so basically,
I remember the Danny DeVito movie or something like that called that, but yeah.
The Bear was number 1, and there are 3 others that are more anticipated than Lord of the fucking Rings.
Right?
What does that tell you?
Well, it's because it's not
Lord.
Lord.
Tell you seriously?
Yeah, it's because it's not Lord of the Rings. That's the thing. It's Amazon's Rings, and I think people.
Dude, the normies don't even know that. I mean, the normies aren't following this shit. They don't know shit. So this is already kind of a spectacular failure because, for fuck's sake, Lord of the Rings should have enormous name recognition. So I mean, if they're saying, "Well, I want to see The Bear mostly," which I've never fucking heard of, and then 3 others that we don't even know what they are, and then it's number 5. I mean, that sounds really, really good, except when you look at 1 through 4.
I'll tell you what the others are. I had the article here saved because I was going to go over it. I was like, I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it. On top of all of that, you have Parrot Analytics release data last week, which showed that throughout the world, for example, in India, only 39% of the country is interested in Amazon's Rings of Power. Mexico had it at 31%. Others had it at 35%. And House of the Dragon, in comparison, its lowest number throughout the world, basically from New Zealand to the Netherlands, the UK, was 51%. That's just the anticipation and the interest level, even though people were burned. And when you look at some of the questions, people are like, even though we were burned by Game of Thrones season 8, we trust HBO a bit more.
God. Wow. Well, this is bizarre, George.
Wow, this is all bizarre. Going in, I'm stunned.
Well, I think it's because the fact that a lot of people were burned by Wheel of Time. I mean, remember how many Robert Jordan fans there were around the world?
Oh yeah. I mean, I never knew it. Excuse me. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
I never heard. I mean, I never read the Wheel of Time, so I didn't know. But people were telling me that it was fucked up and woke and not great. Really, they were upset.
I found it. I found the list. Here it is. Number 1 is the most anticipated is The Bear. Number 2 is Never Have I Ever by Mindy Kaling.
Okay.
Number 3 is What Do We Do in the Shadows? Number 4 is Star Trek Lower Decks. Number 5, The Rings of Power.
Wait, Lower Decks is higher than Rings of Power? What?
Yes, sir. I'll send you all the links. I'll send you the links.
Wait, put the link in the private chat. I'm gonna bring this up right
Parrot
now.
Analytics has always had a hard on for Star Trek, though. So.
Oh, but dude,
No, this is the Esquire. This is the Esquire, not
Oh, this is
Parrot.
Esquire. Okay.
Oh my
Interesting.
God, people!
And Esquire used
Nobody
to be.
gives a shit about Star Trek Lower Decks. I swear to God. Wow, this is a bad piece of news for Amazon. It sounds good. It is not.
No, I think that's why they're putting out these pieces, and that's why Business Insider came out and was like, they're going to do whatever they can to ensure calling this a success.
Oh my fuck! Wow.
So that's why okay. So clearly, they must know this somehow internally, and that's why they're doing all these other moves, like moving it up a day early, doing the deal with Cinemark to get people in the theaters.
There you go. It's in the private chat.
Putting the
well, think about it. The parties that they're doing together, the promos that they're doing together, everything that they've done so far. I mean, a corporation cannot feel fear, but the management and the personnel, Business Insider even goes on to further state that, which was an odd statement, that everyone's head is on the chopping block at Amazon, except for Salky, which was odd since she's running the studio.
Okay. So basically, thank you, George, for sending me a list of the shows I should avoid. This is the 25 best TV shows of 2022 so far. So yeah. So don't watch The Bear. Don't watch Never Have I Ever. Don't watch What We Do in the Shadows. Don't watch Lower Decks. Don't watch Rings of Power. Okay, cool. I can get with this. Strange New Worlds, Bridgerton. Now that one's for chicks anyway. Under the Banner of Heaven. Yeah, Barry, whatever that is.
Half of these I haven't heard of. Have you heard of it?
I know none of these I've heard of, but like We Own This City has what's his face who played
Punisher, Bernthal.
Punisher in it, yeah.
Oh right, yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to go on and on and on here, but yeah, I mean, this list is redonkulous. And nothing of actual any value is on this. Where is the offer on this list?
It is.
Where's Beavis and Butthead?
Yeah.
Bridgerton,
oh my God, Bridgerton's terrible.
Ozark finally pops in at the very bottom.
Think about that. Strange New World.
And 1885 is at the or 1883 is at the bottom too. Yeah.
Right. So that tells
Strange New World sucked.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
George, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So you probably know way more about Lord of the Rings and all that stuff than I do about this stuff. But I saw something where Amazon said, I don't know if it was the director or the writer or someone said Ring of Powers is basing Amazon Prime's video stuff based on how good they do.
Mm-hmm.
That's their future.
Yep.
Like, if that's the case, Amazon Prime video stuff is done.
Right. Well, that's what they were saying in the Business Insider. I can pull up that link. Is they've basically said that, and I didn't realize this before Rings of Power. I hate calling it Lord of the Rings. Before Rings of Power, they said that Amazon looked at all their programs, their streaming service. It's kind of like a nice toy. They put it in other words. I'm paraphrasing. It's a toy to play with. That's pretty cool. But when they decided to invest this money into it, that they want to be an elite studio. They want to be on the same level with Warner and Disney and everyone else. They want to be taken seriously. And if they cannot make Rings of Power, if they cannot make Tolkien succeed, they're like, there is no point for them to do anything in streaming. So they're stating that it's for all the marbles. That's why I keep telling people it's important. If you really want to watch it, wait till the show is over and binge it. I mean, you have now the actors who they're doing these interviews, whether it's on the Today Show or for Cineblend or for so many other magazines or people. They're telling people, the one who plays Tarmiriel, she's saying, whatever you do not follow the classic streaming binge model. You know, you want to get back to that time of water cooler gossip weekly. Anticipation, watch it week after week. I'm like, you never heard any of Peter Jackson's crew talking about the marketing aspects. They focused on the characters, they focused on the story, they focused on Tolkien, and then their experiences in filming it. These people are talking either identity politics or they're focused on how to get you engaged to watch it.
So it's important. I mean, unless you've got a compelling reason, don't watch this thing. Wait until you've got a chance to let it pass, let the hype pass, binge it if you must. Now we have to watch it,
right?
Because we're going to pound on it, but we'll tell you if you're missing anything, and I would be astonished. I'd be astonished if you were missing anything. I've got to be careful what I say here.
Yep.
I have got. I've got some folks who claim to have seen a good chunk of an episode from Rings of Power.
Episode one, because I had someone tell me that it was. I had two people that are anonymous that have been sending me facts, like I shared, I think a month ago when I first came back on here again. And I've proven a lot of what they had said because I go and dig around. But they told me it has almost like the CGI. They said some of it, the scenery is spectacular. They told me, they said, you're going to love the scenery. Everything else they said is pretty much like Naomi from the CW.
Yeah, I'm going to investigate what I can say, but they really said it was fucking awful.
Have you heard something similar, like CW quality?
Yes. The exact quote was worse than Batwoman.
Whoa!
That's what I heard.
They didn't tell me.
That's what I heard.
Wow.
I've got details, but I want to make sure A, that I can say anything, and B, that it's accurate.
Gotcha.
So, but worse than Batwoman.
Well, just think about it.
That's what I was told.
Well, it makes sense. Oh, okay. What two things are playing into this? They bought the name, so they have Tolkien. But I'm really beginning to believe that the only reason that they purchased the appendices isn't because of the Tolkien estate. I don't believe that. I believe they purchased the appendices so they could have the excuse to craft whatever story they wanted. Because when you look at the appendices, yes, they are bare. They're pretty much like bullet points or a treatment. Because everything else that they've pulled, when I've listened to their interviews and when I watch the clips, they're pulling it from the Unfinished Tales, from the History of Middle-earth. They're just pulling pieces from everywhere that they're referencing. But Galadriel, one of the main aspects of her, besides that she doesn't wear armor, she didn't lead any armies. That was Gil-galad, who was calling Elrond to lead his armies to go up against Sauron in the last alliance of elves and men, is that her husband isn't in it. You don't have Celeborn, which is an elf she married in the first age. As a matter of fact, it was like true love at first sight. They already have a daughter, but instead you see her in the clips with a lot of this sexual innuendo between her and their original character, Halbrand. And then they have the gall to say, well, every time we wanted to create something new, we went back to the book, back to the book, back to the book. I'm like, what bloody book are you reading?
Yeah. They don't give a shit about. It's all exercise and agenda. That's all it's going to be. They've pretty much admitted it, and it's going to be a fucking disaster. But the question is, will it be so bad that even normies realize it? And there's at least hope that it will be, because that's what I'm hearing.
I hope so. I think the best thing that can happen is that the normies get excited by the hype and they go buy the books. Like when Jackson's films came out, I think they said Harper Publishing had said at that time 50 million in the first year went to buy the books around the world. So imagine if you had that type of phenomenon happen again. They're going to start reading it, and they're going to start with the Silmarillion, because they're going to say, well, we're going to look at the appendices in Return of the King, then they go to Silmarillion, because a lot of things take place because it's in the Second Age. And once they discover that everything is different, they're going to realize they've been lied to, because it's obvious. And I think that will sink it quicker. And I just feel fear from them. That's just my gut. But everything they're doing, all their look at Neil Gaiman last week. That's the other update. You notice that as soon as the reviews came out, he put out a statement on Twitter, which is, when I was 16 years old and I read the Silmarillion, it was horrible. But this Rings of Power, and I'm paraphrasing, he goes, Rings of Power, this is what it should have been. And then you had others start following him, PhDs and other authors, like, yes, Rings of Power is exactly what Tolkien's Silmarillion should have been. I'm like, that to me smells of a strategy. It was too coordinated. And when you follow a negative ad campaign, that comes from a place of desperation. You're not praising Tolkien and we're doing the best we can. They're putting him down to elevate themselves up.
Yeah, pretty much. Anyone else have anything for George or about Rings of Power?
Well, who wants to go first? Andy? Who said something?
All I was going to say was that for season 2, Gary and Steve can expect a phone call to be cooking elves.
I'll cook elves all day long, baby.
Oh yeah.
All day long.
All right, so the fun starts in
tender
1
that.
week. I would like to ask a question to everybody around it. Are we all watching this thing? Because I am.
I have to. I don't want to. I'm dreading it. But yeah, I fucking have
Tom,
to.
are you watching it? Tom's not here right now.
I'm sure Andre will force me to.
Okay.
I will tell you one last thing, which I found funny. I don't know if you already noticed this. Have you noticed that the armor on the elves, even on the character Tarmiriel, isn't real armor?
Yeah, I saw your video, George.
Yeah. It's a T-shirt. They painted. They gave her a T-shirt to wear. I wanted to ask Gary what he thought. I've never seen that. Like,
Well, I didn't notice it, but apparently Rancor Steve did. He brought it to my attention.
I saw a close-up. I did a zoom close-up of it, and it looked like spandex, like Under
It is.
Armour. I was like, wait a minute.
Oh my god!
It was with scale. It looks they painted the armor on like the spandex, the shirt, but it wasn't only one character. It's multiple. I put it in my last video because I was like, how do you spend what is it, 750 million on the first season between the rights and the production, but yet they don't have real. I mean, Peter Jackson's crew that you see the behind the scenes, he had hundreds of people. They're making the chainmail, some plastic, some metal, but it was for everyone, for the
Honestly,
extras.
George, you know what it probably is some pussy ass actors probably bitching like, oh, I don't like this chainmail under my arm. And Peter Jackson would look at him and be like, you're gonna wear the fucking chainmail because that's it. These people are like, well, we'll fix that. We'll fix that. So honestly, it has to do with craftsmanship versus, let's pamper these little dipshits.
It didn't come out cheap. Didn't it look cheap? To me, it looks cheap.
It looks horrible.
Okay.
It looks horrible.
Gotcha.
I think in the close-up you can see the paint kind of wearing off. Yeah,
but you see it wrinkled.
Yeah, and the
but
wrinkles,
you see the
wrinkles in
wrinkles.
the spandex. Yeah.
And it's supposed to be scales. Like you see the scales. I even look, the rivets are painted in. I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
I posted that on Twitter. I was like, you spend like what, $1 billion on the whole entire franchise.
Right.
And this, I don't know who it was, got pissed off at me.
It's some actor bullshit. It's actor bullshit where they're like, I don't really like this thing. Can you change this, please?
And the extras too. And the extras too, because they did it with the extras.
Sure.
That's how. Oh, really? Wow.
That would be my assessment. You asked
I
what my
believe
opinion
you.
would be.
No, I believe you because I can see that.
I've seen 20 years ago, I saw these background people getting screamed at, saying you'll wear this shit or you're fucking out of here. And they're like, oh God, I just want to keep my job. Now it's like, I don't think this really works for me. It's a huge.
Oh my God, he just yelled at me and I don't feel safe in this environment.
I'm telling you. All jokes aside,
I believe it. I take it. That sounds logical because it can't be because for a lack of money, obviously.
Of course not.
Yeah.
How many episodes is this?
8. They're only allowed by contract 8 per season.
We have 8 at $1 billion.
Yep.
It's a lot of drink.
Well, no, $1 billion per season. This is just for the first. That's one of the things. 2 other articles say that they'll spend another $1 billion before they finish season 5.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that. That's news.
Yeah, that's why I was taught when Tom and I talked about it a week ago. I was like, if you take the classic metric for movies of that 3 times multiple, let's say they don't spend another $1 billion. Like it's only the one. They have to generate $3 billion before they break even.
Okay, I have a financial question, Chaston. Maybe it's because I don't know. If I'm not an Amazon Prime member, how are they making money on this? Because if you're an Amazon Prime member, you're seeing this shit for free.
They're not.
Well, they're raising their rates around the world 45%. I think it's going to hit here.
Well, they also have the issue that it's better now. It used to be like 80%, but now I think it's 60% of the people who actually have Amazon Prime actually use the video side of it. Like the other just don't give a shit.
But I'm saying, are they selling it, Tom? They're not selling this shit. Like if I don't have Amazon Prime,
not
how do
at the moment, but they'll probably try to eventually.
The idea is that I would sign up for Amazon Prime because I want to watch this shit. Is that how?
That's what they're hoping. I mean, the other side of this is, the amount of money you pay them in a month. They have to pay out certain little licensing, like so you watch whatever that movie gets a couple pennies sent to them, right? Well, in this case, they get to keep those couple pennies this time.
Well,
you watch
noticed
something of theirs. So there's that aspect. And like, yeah, the big push behind it is to drive more people to sign up for Amazon Prime Video, right?
Wow.
Like that's...
Well, I have a question for you then, Tom. Who makes the money? Like Adobe announced this week that when you go to Adobe and you open up their pages, it's all rings of power screenshots. Does Amazon pay them or does Adobe pay them to use it?
Could be a cross promotion. It depends on how it's worked out.
Because Kit Kat is now doing it. You know, Reese's is going to do it for their products, and that has pissed off the fellowship.
Usually in these cases, that's how they amortize some costs. Because in that sense, like Adobe, like the thing with Adobe is they probably used Adobe products to do the special effects, so they probably worked some deal out with Adobe. But at any other time, like there's a cost paid by those coming to the movie, right? Like the biggest deal in history, I think, was like George Lucas got something like, I can't remember if it was like a couple $100 million from Taco Bell and Pepsi back in the 90s for that big, huge deal. And I remember working at Taco Bell at the time, and the word was coming down from corporate that they would never do a movie thing like that ever again because it cost them so much more than it was worth.
So,
usually it's the company themselves. But in the case with Adobe per se, I would say maybe there's you scratch our back, we scratch your back kind of deal. But that's usually the case though, is that the product has to pay the production, and that's how they gain a little bit of money into the production.
So for all of y'all who know the movie industry inside out, from the backside especially, has a television show ever made proportionally the type of money back that this series needs to make? Like they need to make $3 billion.
This actually beats Discovery and Picard for like the most expensive shows at this time by far. Because you and I just talked about it the other day. They were reporting some 700 some million they'd already spent on this, and now the new rumor is over $1 billion.
Right.
And because now it's coming out, if this show doesn't work, it's going to kill Amazon's original studio part. Their streaming part will still be there, but they ain't going to spend this kind of money ever again on any productions for Amazon directly, right? That's the thing you need to understand.
It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, they license things, they buy things, and some of the stuff they produce in-house. This is one of the things they're producing technically in-house. So this is on them. Like, if whatever failure, it's their loss. And I mean, Bezos can go out there and play around like he can afford to lose this kind of money, but I think that's what those individuals who are coming out and saying is, no, they technically can't. You can't just spend that kind of money and expect it to come back.
Well, you got shareholders. You know, shareholders. I mean, they lost $2 billion last quarter, and their stock, for whatever reason, didn't take a hit on it. But I mean, he can't have at least in my estimation, he cannot take such a shameful hit. And then when that Insider article came out, it really seemed like they're all like, you sink or swim with this show. I think the first episode, unless I have a funny feeling because they changed the release date that half the people aren't going to know to tune in on September 1st. So you're going to lose some people. But I still feel because of the hype that they've generated that the first episode is it's going to do well. Everything I've heard is that it's slow. The first 2 episodes are very slow because it's building everything. There's a lot of exposition. Well, that there's a ton of exposition. You know how Peter Jackson did in the Fellowship of the Ring, that 9 to 10 minute intro.
So there's a lot of walking.
Yep. And so they're going to do that for the first 2 episodes. And then even one of the actresses who plays the Hobbit, the Harfoot, same thing. I keep telling them the same thing. Harfoot's Hobbits. So what happens is she even said, be patient. It's a little bit slow in the beginning, but it picks up. Episode 4 should be your favorite. Episode 7 should be your favorite.
Oh,
that's a lot of action.
Fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Seriously. Look, people can tell entire stories in 2 fucking hours.
Yeah.
And great ones. Look at Chinatown. Look at Jaws. Look at Blade Runner. Look at Casablanca. Look at, it's just on and on and on. If you fucking can't make a good show in an hour, if you can't get us hooked in an hour, if you're boring in an hour, then maybe you just suck at your fucking job and you should fucking find something else. I know they're hiring at like 7-Eleven and Walmart all the time. Jesus Christ. Why do they think that we have countless amounts of time to waste while they learn the fucking craft of writing that they ought to know if they're going to get fucking paid to do it.
Right.
And I don't have any fucking patience. Oh, you got to be patient. You got to wait for 4 fucking episodes. It's like, no, you know what? I don't have to do that. Go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Fucking losers.
Horse
if you
shit.
can't fucking write, if you don't have the craft to tell an exciting hook on a goddamn story in the first hour, then you do not deserve my fucking attention.
I
The
agree.
fucking first episode of Game of Thrones was great.
Oh yeah, it was. It
Dude,
was.
you're
God
telling me
damn.
the first 2 episodes are slow. There's only 8 episodes in this fucking thing.
That's it.
Exactly.
Per season. They
I
wanted to
gotta go
originally
through
do.
20% to maybe like some of it.
Well, they said they originally wanted to do 15, but the
They can't.
Supposedly
The license
they-
restricts it.
yeah, the
can't.
state won't allow them. But they said the difference is the way they made up for it is that every episode is not like a television. Every episode is like a full movie. That's what they keep repeating.
Great.
Wait,
It's
so
like-
here's the
wait,
fucking-
wait,
Because
wait.
you don't get bored in a whole fucking movie. If you get
Yeah.
bored in a whole movie, it's a failure.
How long are these episodes?
Yeah.
That I don't know. I don't have any. It's supposed to be 50 hours total of television, 50 or 55.
So it's
The
going to be
whole
an
5
hour
people.
episode.
God damn.
They said they're interconnected
No.
movies instead of interconnected television. Instead of serial television, it's serialized movies. That's the way it's been framed.
I'm gonna need
Yeah,
a bigger
well, here's
bottle.
a fucking tip for the writers. None of it should be slow or boring. It should all be fucking great.
Yeah.
Figure that one out. That's what you're getting paid for. You fucking
know.
morons.
So I got a
We're
really
like conditioned on this shit. With everything on Disney Plus, I've not seen a show on Disney Plus that started out interesting or strong in the first fucking episode. Not
Well-
a single one. They usually take, like Mandalorian's perfect in that it start if you watch it, binge it.
Right.
Season 1, season 2, it's pretty good. But the first few episodes of Mandalorian, I was bored. I'm bored out of my fucking mind. The entirety of Book of Boba Fett, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Jesus Christ, that was fucking
Terrible.
awful. WandaVision was kind of interesting because you didn't know what the fuck was going on. But in general, there is no talent being hired in Hollywood because they're all fucking woke.
But who's in these
just
writers?
fucking young and don't have any experience, no talent, no grit, no guts, no balls.
There you go. But who the hell is in these writing rooms? That's what I don't understand. Where are the great
Losers
screenwriters?
shouldn't be writers.
They're a bunch of college kids
Political
who decided to
activists.
graduate.
Yeah.
And they're like,
Yeah.
I can write the bestest thing ever. That's what the fuck it
That's
is.
Yeah.
But where are all the people who used to write the great shows from the 90s?
Right
and the
behind
2000s?
him, George. They're
like, I don't want
right
to touch
behind
this
him.
shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Fuck me. I have no patience for any of that.
I guess I'll tell
I
you
mean,
then
look
the
at the
last.
pilot episode of even The Cage. The pilot episode of The Cage, Star Trek,
Right.
that was rejected by NBC for being too cerebral. It was only like 15 minutes of television, and it was excellent. I mean, when I watch it today, it's like a goddamn hurtling, thunderball of action, and compared to the shit, the lazy,
Well,
stupid, boring.
that's
shit
just
that
it.
passes these days.
It's lazy, right? These people, they just want the name Lord of the Rings to slap on some basically ultimate generic whammon power fantasy genre show, and they're selling it all on the idea of Lord of the Rings. And the reason things that you're talking about, Doomcock, at least in my opinion, and this goes for music, movies, probably books, and everything else as far as that goes, comic books, anything else. The reason back then these things were better than now is because they didn't have the ability to just stand on, oh, it's Batman, so people will like it.
Mhm.
Like, no, they know they had to sell this shit, right? That's why these shows were great back then. It's like, you could be your first show, just like Stan Lee always knew. Every comic is a kid's first comic. That means they've never seen these characters before. They have no fucking clue who they are. It means you have to find some way of interestingly introducing into the story the idea of who these characters are, what their place is in this world, and what it's all about, without making it monotonous and stupid and stopping the story in the process, but also telling an engaging story at the same freaking time. And this is why episodic television works so much better than serialized, right? Yeah, serialized television is great, and that's what you guys were just talking about, where you're left with that, oh God, I have to see what happens next approach to things, which that's what things like Game of Thrones and all the way back to Deadwood and whatnot all those kind of shows, Breaking Bad and whatnot, I'm sure kind of thrived on, right? But what real shows that built up audiences over time, and what the shows that actually have a longevity to them and build and build and build and build, isn't always that part of it. It's the shows that are able to, you have the accessibility of just sitting down. It could be your first episode. It doesn't matter if it's third season or fourth season or first season. And you can just enjoy it and be like, you know what? I liked that. I want to see some more of that. You know, that we're missing out on it. Now, I'm not saying that there's something wrong with serialized storytelling, but at this point, that's something that I feel like has been lost completely. Like outside of a few rare cases, there's no serialized storytelling. And also you have a situation here where I don't give a fuck if I have access to Gollum, Galadriel, all Gandalf, any of these characters with Lord of the Rings. You tell me, here you go. You can make a Lord of the Rings show. You have almost $1 billion to work with. Or let's say, because they had to pay like, I think close to $500 million just for the rights. I can't remember the exact amount. George, 250 for this year, but I think it's like 250 every year, isn't it?
No, they just bought the Tolkien estate wouldn't sell them the film rights when they bought. That's why he said he went after MGM, whatever they paid for that, because they got the Hobbit rights for the films in that and one. But no, it's 250 flat out, and then they had negotiated, and I haven't found out what happened with that, for the toy rights. But Embracer has changed that, so I don't know what happened.
Well, Embracer has very little to nothing to do with the Rings of Power. That's something people need to understand. Those are two completely different animals, because the Embracer group, what they did is just buy the rights from the Saul Zaentz company, which was just basically a licensee. Right. And they just, all they do is come in and sell the rights to things, and then they pay a portion of that to the family or whoever the estate is, whoever the beneficiary is. Exactly. And then at that point, they're just basically like an agent for the Lord of the Rings when it comes to movies, television, video games, board games, and that kind of stuff, you know, pop culture stuff, right? Movies, whatnot. And those rights are all over the place and wrapped up. And Embracer knew that, and that's why they got a hell of a deal on them. Because Saul Zaentz has done nothing but fuck them up for the last 30, 40 years. And that's, you know, whatever. But I'm not going to get down that path. But my point is the thing is, you tell me I can do a show in the Lord of the Rings world, and even if I don't have access to all these characters, I'd be like, fine, great. Because I could still come up with something that's infinitely more interesting. Because again, we're looking at these trailers. How many trailers have been out now, George? You just said like half a dozen or whatever.
So you had.
Well, I don't need the exact number.
Yeah, you had 4 teasers and 3 trailers plus about 30 clips.
And all of all that, what do we know of the story? Not a goddamn thing. Look at all these early reviews. What are they saying? They're saying how pretty it looks, but they're not saying a fucking thing about the story. Nobody can tell anybody what the story is. All we know is Galadriel's a strong woman, and nobody's going to listen to her, and we know how it ends, right? So at that point, we're just kind of stuck with, well, this is just going to be another like whatever show. We know this. We have people who have already responded to some of the early screenings and stuff. We know it's just as woke as we've been promised it was going to be. So at this point, who fucking cares? Let it fall flat on its face. I'm sure the Embracer group is going to come in and make these guys look like shit the next couple of years. I can't wait to see what they're up to. I hope my instinct is correct on them. But as far as the rest, I know that's all I can say about Lord of the Rings at this point.
I tell you one last thing, just because I know Doomcock might appreciate that it's something we could laugh at to wrap this up, is that they've announced for season 2 that it's going to be an all-female crew of directors. They didn't say if they have any talent, if they know anything about Tolkien, or if they know. It's like, we're shooting with all-female directors.
That tells you
Isn't
right
that
there
just
what
the
they're dealing
biggest
with.
advance? I mean, isn't that just wonderful?
I couldn't believe it when I read it. I was like, okay.
That's all they care about, George.
Yeah. That's like your wife saying, we need a plumber because the fucking sink is broke. And you pick a plumber, and your wife asks, well, who did you pick? Well, I had a choice between a guy who was very qualified, this chick here, and some no-name dude who's never fixed anything before, doesn't even have a plumbing, but I know him from down the street. And she's like, well, who did you pick? And you'd be like, well, of course I picked the guy who was the plumber. And they'd be like, your wife would be like, well, why didn't you pick the woman? She deserves that job. It's like, well, she doesn't have the same qualifications. It doesn't fucking matter, you sexist bastard. I mean, that's the kind of same thing you're saying here, right? There's nothing to prove that these people can direct a fantasy show.
Yeah,
right? It was the same problem with Star Trek.
Yeah, they didn't announce who the women were. They didn't say any specific one. They just said,
well, it doesn't matter. They're no names, I'm sure.
Right. If anybody gave a shit, they would.
Yeah.
It's Kathleen.
Right. Oh my God. Well, George, man, thanks for coming on and
Absolutely.
sharing your expertise on this. We're gonna have to look at it and review it, but holy shit, it's looking bad.
That it is.
Do you want to stick around while we talk about Caddyshack, or are you going to head on out?
I'm going to head on out. Next week, I'll be here.
All right, George. Well, please plug your channel, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, you can find me on YouTube at Georgia Giant Slayer, Twitter and Instagram the same. And I'll be putting out 2 videos this week on Rings of Representation. Chat, you've been amazing. Thank you again, Doomcock, for having me on here. Love all you guys. Have a blessed
Thank
week.
you, George. We'll see you next week with black armbands on.
Definitely.
Take care, George.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, George. Thank you, man.
Yep.
All right, time for some super chat. All righty, let's get to it, and we'll see what the chat is saying as we forge ahead. Digi Akuma with a $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says looking forward to Caddyshack talk, and I did suggest Johnny Dangerously for a future talk, but I have a new future movie to talk about: the Sam Raimi Western, The Quick and the Dead. I've never seen that. That'll be a good excuse to take a look at it. Thank you for the suggestion, Digi Akuma. The Quick and the Dead. I've heard of it. That's got Sharon Stone, doesn't it? Yeah, I think so. Thank you, Digi Akuma. Art Fletch with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says villains always have the best lines. Yes, Doomcock's mama didn't raise no dummy. Of course, he knows. He knows villains have the best lines. That's why he's a villain, because he's a ham at heart. And We Are All Devo with a $10 super chat. Thank you, We Are All Devo. Says, remember when Marvel was amazing? When the stories were relevant to the fans? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Pepperidge Farms. Thank you. We Are All Devo. Nice hat, man. Nice hat. And Saul Shymek with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Saul. Says, humor. Which one was worse, The Way to Eden or Spock's brain? Well, it had Spock basically talking to Dr. McCoy, telling him how to hook up his own brain again. And his body was controlled by a remote control. But in The Way to Eden, you had a guy saying, I'm going to crack my knuckles and jump for joy. I got a clean bill of health from Dr. McCoy. So it's got to be The Way to Eden. The Way to Eden was terrible. Terrible. Thank you, Saul. I don't see, everyone's going to have a different take. But I tell you what, The Way to Eden and Spock's brain were both infinitely superior to anything Kurtzman did with Star Trek. And I don't say that with irony. I don't say that kidding. Those episodes are better than all of Kurtzman Trek. Straight up. The Dark Knight with a $5 super chat. Thank you, The Dark Knight. The Dark Knight says, my liege, I hope you feel better. Well, I'm working on it, my friend. I had a question for the group. Did any of you watch The Samaritan on Amazon, Stallone's new movie? I have not watched it as of yet. Has anyone on the panel seen Samaritan?
I've been wanting to watch it. I haven't got a chance yet. Yeah.
I
haven't either. What'd you think?
It's better. I don't want to go into too much detail, of course, but it's a decent Stallone movie. You can tell he was having fun with it, and it's rated PG-13, but it's a lot more graphic near the end. But all around, it's a Stallone having fun type movie, and it's worth checking out. I definitely enjoyed it for what it was. So it beats Marvel, that's for sure.
Does he sound anything like Mark Ruffalo?
No, but he gets in. When I was watching it, I was like, man, I hope he does like a Stallone like Sunday preaching moment like he does in most of his movies. He does a little bit about that. It's a good like him helping a young kid how to deal with gangsters and fighting and everything. But the trailer in that movie really does a good job because they leave a lot out from the movie. And all around, it's a good kind of just sit back and enjoy it. It's a good movie. I like it. I liked what Amazon was doing with that. So
All right. Well, there's a good kind of closet review of that, and I'll definitely look at it. I'll take a look at it. That sounds pretty good. I love Stallone. Good to see him in anything. Big Rocky fan, as you guys know. Shadow Lion Zero with a $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, Hail Doomcock. I have one piece of great news for all of the bad that you have had to endure this week. Batman Caped Crusader has been canceled. Credit to Anna TSWG, that Star Wars girl, reported the tweet from Variety. Thank you, Shadow Lion Zero. Actually, we're very happy about that because Jar Jar Abrams is the cinematic Antichrist, and he destroys everything he touches. So if we can get rid of that shit, I'm absolutely delighted. Toddzilla with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Toddzilla. Says, since Douglas Nelson is sick, does he have to go to work tonight? Or is he taking the night off to stay longer? Get well soon, Douglas. Yes, our Douglas Nelson, very hardworking gentleman, has had to go to work, even sick. Poor guy. So we wish he could. We're always happy to have Douglas stay as long as he wants to or can, but unfortunately, he was unable to do so tonight. Thank you, Toddzilla. And Aaron Pipes with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Aaron. Says they call rabbits fish in Kansas. Oh, the pain. And yes, I want to see the DC cooking video. More views of Rancor. See, Aaron liked, you basically floated Aaron's pipes, Steve. So
really?
Well done. Well done. Well done. I felt unclean. Those scenes where somebody goes through a trauma and then they show them in the shower, curled up in the fetal position with water coming down on them, crying.
Put a plunger on your face.
Exactly. Trying to
I saw it in person. How do you think I feel?
You filmed it.
Oh, you loved it.
Oh, Jesus. Oh my God. Anyway, I'm glad Aaron enjoyed that. As for me, it's the most horrifying thing we've ever shown on this channel. Thank you, Rancor Steve. Douchebag Kylo, been a channel member for 13 months at the Archvillain level. Thank you, Douchebag Kylo. Says, damn it, I thought my long-planned Kylo's Keto Kitchen channel was going to be safe. Not competing with Doomcock and the pop culture breakdown panel in any way. Now this, back to Criffing Tactical Board. I'm sorry, man. We pioneered this, Douchebag Kylo, and now the cooking show probably going to have its own channel. Probably have sales of aprons and everything else. So I guess
Douchebag Kylo, you're welcome to join us, man.
Yeah, there you go. You can come on it and cook. You just got to have boots, shorts, whatever. And we've hit 1,000 likes on this live stream, folks. We've hit 1,000 likes, so that's wonderful. Thank you, Canadian Spider-Man, for the update, and thank you for licking the like button, all of you guys out there. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you again, Jack. Jack says, buy, destroy Amazon. Does that mean they won't be able to make more Terminal List, Reacher, and Bosch? Well, maybe.
Some of those are licensed shows.
Well, yeah.
Reacher I know is Paramount, I think, or whatever.
Terminal List is already getting a second season, or they're doing, so that's coming.
But we cannot. I liked Bosch. I watched all of Bosch.
I think the person's misunderstanding. Like, see, shows like Bosch, they all have production companies. This go back to what Tom said earlier. This is what Amazon is. This is their in-house, in-studio thing. And so, what the comment is that that if this doesn't do well, then their whole we're going to do it ourselves approach is not going to happen. Amazon will still continue to buy things that we like or don't like from whatever production place they want to stream it on their platform.
Mm-hmm. So I don't think I think we'll still be able to see those things, Jack. I have seen Reacher and Bosch. Did not see Terminal List yet, but I've enjoyed all those shows. Digi Akuma, $10 super chat. Thank you again, Digi Akuma. You're awesome. Digi says, I would not be surprised if Amazon lies on view counts, filters out comments / turns them off. And the same old attack tactics against the fans, but it appears Amazon has chosen its hill to die on. Well, we will be keeping track of that, and I get a lot of leaks from folks. So if Amazon is pulling those kind of shenanigans, if I get something released from behind the scenes, I will definitely let you guys know. But yeah, I mean, if they view it, if they spent this much and they're all in on it, expect lying to occur. I think there's no other way around it. They're definitely going to lie about this shit. It's only a matter of time. Aaron Pipes with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Aaron. Says, I got an offer to see ROP, Rings of Power, and immediately tried to sign up. Free movies, and they spend $10 on me. It was sold out. This was within 20 minutes of the offer. Suspicious to say the least. I don't know what to think. I mean, it's bizarre that they're doing this, and it's going to suck. So I don't know. It's kind of like, we were told that Obi-Wan Kenobi was coming to theaters. Where is it? Where is this fictional Obi-Wan Kenobi in theaters? I don't know. I don't think it's coming anytime soon, but I guess we'll see. Thank you, Aaron Pipes. And sorry you didn't get a chance to go see it, but actually it's maybe for the best. I think it's going to be bad. Digi Akuma has been a channel member for 34 months at the Doom and Die level. Thank you, Digi Akuma. Says one more thing. A toast to Netflix Resident Evil going the way of Netflix Cowboy Bebop. May it die and be forgotten forever. Kanpai. Amen, Digi Akuma. Amen. I'm fucking delighted. That woke shit needed to go, and I could not be happier. I just wish that Sandman also would fuck off and die, because that is just a bunch of bullshit woke garbage from what I've heard. I'm not even gonna. I don't even want to look at it. I'm a Sandman fan. I've got all the comics. I don't want to see that shit. Douglas Nelson with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my dear friend Douglas. Douglas Nelson says, Hail George. Hilarious to hear Amazon's soy Ron is no match for Lower Drex. Amazon's soy Ron, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, he does. He looks like a goof. Their version of Sauron looks like something from fucking, Whoville and The Grinch Who Stole Christmas. You just expect to see his little antennas sticking up. I mean, Jesus Christ. Seriously. They're going to gather around the Mount Doom and sing Dabu Juarez, Dabu Juarez. That's what I think, anyway.
Welcome, crystal meth my way.
Well, if Amazon would give away some crystal meth, it might make the show more palatable, but I don't think they're going to do that. Maybe that's where the $1 billion went. You think? Buying all of America, hit of crystal meth to get through the fucking show.
That and maybe some transition surgeries, but who knows? I can't say.
Maybe so.
Because we'll get put off the air if I say that.
Yes. Don't ever say that. Lou Capadona with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Lou says, this is a good one. Lou says season 1 of Rings of Power called Galambo, Elf Blood Part 2. Galambo. Love it, Lou. Thank you. Lou Capadona, ladies and gentlemen. Jack White with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Jack says, I am sure Amazon wants to be seen as an elite studio, but as long as they have the misandrist woman running the studio and keep working with bad robot people, they will never get there. Amen. Fucking Bad Robot is a plague on Hollywood. And I hope that it's a plague that Hollywood is finally waking up to. Oh my God. Jar Jar Abrams and Bad Robot, the worst thing ever to fucking happen to Hollywood. Now, I'm also counting earthquakes in that too. Thank you, Jack White. Tony Yule with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Tony says, very generous of you, sir. Says, your thoughts on the Netflix show, The Sandman. I thought it was pretty good. Some woke scenes, but nothing that would disappoint. I haven't watched it, but I've been told that it's woke as fuck. I do not like gender swapping, stunt casting, right from the start. And Neil Gaiman's attitude towards his fans, he can fuck right off. So I don't know. I don't have any thoughts on Sandman. Did anyone on the panel watch Sandman?
I tried, but it put me to sleep.
Really?
Well, it's Sandman. Mikey got it. No, well,
that was
I have
low hanging fruit. Man.
That was very low hanging fruit. I have not seen it. I have no frame of reference. Andre did see it, and he is a huge fan of Sandman. And he did say that a lot of the gay elements and stuff like that were always part of the book. He's like, that's not new. He goes, what's the problem is some of the, like you pointed out, stunt casting they pulled in swaps.
Tom,
within the
if you want to know what happened with Sandman, it is all in the casting. It was in the casting, Tom. Those elements of woke were actually in the comic book. That was my Andre.
That's pretty much what he said.
That's pretty good.
He's he goes, the comic book was always gay. What it wasn't was woke.
And if you went to look for the book, it would be in the gay section of the library.
Yeah, he said that too.
I'm sitting there backstage. I'm like, Andre, stop talking.
He's not wrong, though. Besides the fact that the author is Neil Gaiman, but I mean, yes, it's in the gay section because of the characters.
And with that,
tell you, my experience was that I took a shower and slipped in the shower and hit my head on the tile. Once I woke up, I went and watched Sandman, and it wasn't that bad.
That may have been what happened.
Although I have a dent in my head. So I don't know. Had to take off the helmet to more accurately channel Andre. But we'll see.
I heard they took something basically though that already played into a lot of their politics and they made it worse. So yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Fuck them. Juan Crespo, who's been a channel member for 2 months at the Archvillain level. Thank you, Juan. Says, "Hail, Overlord. Glad you're feeling better. I will be skipping ROP, Rings of Power, as I have too much self-respect. I learned it from J.R.R. Tolkien. God bless you, man. I wish more fans would have more self-respect and not watch. Listen, seriously, folks. Seriously, if you don't have to watch this show, if you're not a reviewer, you know, if you're not maybe a parent that has to screen things before you let your kids watch them or something, unless you have a really compelling reason to watch it, don't, because then you're just contributing to the sodomization of pop culture, you know, the cultural vandalism that has become so common these days. If you must watch it, binge it at the end, like George was saying, or just wait for the fucking thing to come out on DVD and just rent it or some shit. Don't contribute to the hype unless you're going to go ahead and spread the word about, you know, how bad it is, to try and save others from participating. Tony Yule with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Tony. He says, how about we just stick it to Amazon and just watch Peter Jackson's movie or The Rings during this crap? Have everybody who's not watching Rings of Power watch Lord of the Rings by Peter Jackson. That's a fucking great idea. That is a fucking great idea. Holy shit. Like, watch it on streaming, you know? If you can find where is the actual Lord of the Rings streaming right now?
HBO Max might have it right now. I don't know.
I'll find out. Hold on, stand by.
That would be fucking great.
I'll tell you right now. Just stand by. Give me 30 seconds.
Oh my God! What a repudiation of what these woke fucks are doing, and what a vote of confidence for quality filmmaking, integrity, and Tolkien. To watch Lord of the Rings by Peter Jackson on streaming, so they know. Right?
It's on Amazon, I think.
Oh, if it's on Amazon, fucking do it, folks.
I think it's both on.
Yeah,
Amazon
it's on
and
Amazon Prime and HBO Max.
Yeah.
You can stream for free on both Amazon Prime and HBO Max.
Watch it on. I'm gonna do a fucking video about this. Huh. I want to get the word out. This is a brilliant idea, Tony. I mean, Jesus, that would really put those fucks in their place.
Did you guys know that the last Hobbit movie is rated R, the extended version?
No, I did not.
Yeah, I bought all the extended versions of them, and it said rated R at first, and I was like, what? They got heads flying off. Peter Jackson went graphic on it a little bit. That's like cartoony graphic, but I'm like, dude. So yeah, it's the first rated R Lord of the Rings in his realm. I'm like, all right.
Oh my
Well,
God,
that
that's
got rated R
fantastic.
and-
I love it. Well, thank you, Tony. That's a great idea. I think we should get the word out. I think that would be so fucking great that I would just love to see that. And speaking of great, ladies and gentlemen, I will get to the rest of the super chats after we talk a little bit about our movie of the week that we love, our retro movie review, Caddyshack. All righty, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to it. Caddyshack, ladies and gentlemen. What a fun, delightful, joyous film this is. Now, I wouldn't put this as a cinematic classic in the vein of, Jaws or Blade Runner or Lawrence, or, the movies that we've talked about. But I would say, pound for pound, this is one of the most fun movies ever made. This is one of the most fun times that you could have in a theater. I absolutely love this. Oh God, where'd you get him, man? Where'd you get him? I love that gopher. Holy crap. Where'd you get him, man?
He's playing music.
Oh, I see.
You're
I
muted.
see. Okay, I see. You got it.
You're
Yeah,
muted.
no. Well, he's playing music because it'll fuck with the channel. Thank you,
Oh.
Tom. But I look, this movie, one of those summer movies that you remember as a kid. It was released in July 25th, 1980. Sports comedy, often called the funniest sports movie ever made. Now, this was directed by Harold Ramis, his directorial debut, ladies and gentlemen, written by some really talented folks and starring Chevy Chase, Rodney Dangerfield, Ted Knight, Michael O'Keefe, and of course, Bill fucking Murray. Bill fucking Murray. The two, all of those guys are great. All of it's fun. But to me, the two best things about Caddyshack are the gopher dancing and the Bill Murray's improv regarding golfing, his weirdness, and his war on the gopher. Yeah, look at that. Look at him. Oh my God. Look at that.
Which is funny because the sound effect is a dolphin.
It's like the flipper dolphin sound.
And he's like literally twice or three times the size of an actual gopher would be. But that sucker was so expensive. They had ILM come in and do that shit with them.
Yep.
Because they filmed the movie and it looked like crap. And they're like, we can't put this movie out like this. So they went back and reshot a bunch of the gopher stuff. There's only like 2 or 3 shots, Gary, right? That are in the film still of the old gopher. And one of those is one of the more famous publicity shots of Bill Murray face to face with the gopher. That's the original puppet.
Yeah.
That's what the original one looked like. And it looked like dog shit.
Yeah, we're talking like Star Wars. John Dykstra worked on the gopher in this movie. Like that caliber of effects. Oh, yeah. That's why it's so awesome. Yeah.
I don't remember how much they spent, but it was like Warner Brothers probably was like, yeah, here, throw $1 million at John Dykstra and make him make this look good, because I don't want to argue with you, Doomcock, and disagree with you, but I will say I feel like there is a place for this movie to hold it up to cinematic classics, because as comedies go, I don't think you can make a top 10 list of cinematic comedies of all time without Caddyshack being on that list. Right. It's one of those movies that I feel like it's a perfect lightning storm of the cast, the crew behind it, the writing behind it. You have people from National Lampoons and Saturday Night Live clashing here, and just the pedigree that was behind it. And you got Ted Knight as well. I mean, look at like in Rodney Dangerfield. I mean, like the cast alone is just like, you got this generational thing going on here that you'll never see a movie like this again. Right. Like, you can't compare anything to it even. Like some people try to compare like Happy Gilmore and stuff. I'm like, no. It's not on the same level as Caddyshack. Like Caddyshack is one of those movies that people quote daily. I mean, like Jaws, like a lot of the other films you mentioned. So yeah, it may not be as prestigious as those films, but I do feel like it's just as important in the history of cinema, at least in respect of like when you're talking about great comedies, this has to be up there.
Well, we can agree that it's a wonderful, wonderful
absolutely
movie. And oh yeah, I love the the priest golfing in the storm, and when he misses it, getting hit by lightning. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it seems like they're playing Elmer Bernstein's Ten Commandments score.
Playing
he's like
straight up. Yeah.
Didn't he do the music for it? I'd have to look, but yeah, he might have even just.
Well, Elmer Bernstein did the music to Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Let me look at my soundtrack here.
The music was done by Johnny Mandel.
Right.
But they're literally playing the score from the 10 Commandments when they're golfing.
Yeah.
There's so many like single frame shot gags in this movie. This movie is what I figured was when we were reviewing this movie, we would be doing nothing but quoting it. But
yeah, you're right, Johnny Mandel. Yeah.
Oh God, it's great. God. It's great.
And one of my favorite stories about the making of this film was Rodney Dangerfield's first day on the set. He come in and he had never made a movie before. This was his first movie. And he went up to the one kid, the second one, not the main guy, but I can't think of the name now, the kid. Not him, but the other one, not Danny, the other guy that.
Right.
And he's like, I don't get it. I'm bombing here. These guys ain't laughing. They ain't laughing at the jokes. It ain't working. They're going to fire me. What am I going to do? He's like, no, Rodney, they can't laugh. He's like, what do you mean? It's like, if they laugh, they're going to ruin the takes. So he had no concept of this idea that, because he thought, he's so used to being in stand-up comedian, right? So that was one of my favorite stories. The other favorite story was Chevy Chase took a shit in everybody's fucking trailer.
Oh God, what a fucking asshole. Chase is a dick.
He's such an asshole.
He really is. The pool scene. I mean, this movie also did a lot of parodies of movies. We had the 10 Commandments.
Yeah.
We had Jaws with the turd floating in the pool. They were all it was basically like Spielberg. The turd is the Snicker bar is the shark.
Yeah.
And of course they have that shot that Mike was showing earlier, peering through the door, kind of like here's Johnny kind of thing. Yeah. It was just a movie that didn't give a shit. It just wanted to be funny and have fun, and you gotta love it.
Should have said 2.
I've been hit by a golf ball before. There's no way Ted Knight could have survived that, but it's still funny.
Oh,
that's the actor I was talking about right there, the one in the red shirt. I can't remember his name. But
yeah, I can't remember him either, but he was good. He's like the smoking kind of hood, kind of reminded me of the kid, Jackie Earl Haley from Bad News Bears.
Well, Bill Murray was great too, because they just flipped the camera on and let Bill go wild, right?
Yeah.
They wouldn't know what he was going to do half the time.
Right. Oh, I love it. Flipping off the poor gopher.
Oh,
there's something very beautiful about the end of this movie where after all of that, the gopher comes up, coughs a few times, looks around, and then starts dancing again. Now that is Zen right there. That is a Zen master. And I love this movie. Let's just go down. Let's just go down the line. Gary, what's your favorite parts of this?
Well, God, that's really hard. This whole movie is just one big quote fest.
Right.
I first saw this movie when I was a little kid, and my sister and I used to watch it all the time. And I even had plaid pants, and I used to dance like Rodney Dangerfield all the time. That's how influential this movie was to me. One of the things I find interesting about this movie is that, it was originally written as it's titled, Caddyshack. It's supposed to be a movie about the caddies,
right,
and about all of these elitist scumbags that they meet at the Caddyshack or at the golf course. But the funny thing is that they had all the big stars were just kind of supposed to be cameos, and the main story was supposed to be about the caddies. But as they're shooting, they're like, you know what? This is much funnier with all these guys. Let's just make this movie with the rest of these guys and fuck the caddies, basically. So that's what we got. We got this movie not about caddies called Caddyshack, which is fine because really, I wouldn't change a second of this movie. When I was a little kid, I didn't realize that Harold Ramis was, Egon Spangler. But the Caddy's welcome 1 to 115.
Yeah, like an old 15 minutes.
I got a little bit of nudity in there, or almost nudity in there for you, Doom.
Oh, nice! A beautiful ladies in the background.
I had to censor some of them, but I had to. But anyway, this movie is so funny. Every time I watch this, I am sick with laughter. I am literally choking with laughter. It is that funny. It is that crazy and immature. And I think a lot of the credit also does not go to, and it should go to, Doug Kinney, the writer of the movie. And if you guys haven't seen a little movie out there called A Futile and Stupid Gesture, which stars, was it Will Arnett as Doug Kinney, right, Tom?
I believe so.
I've
yeah.
heard of it,
yeah.
but yeah,
Go
Will
check it
Arnett
out.
is great.
Yeah,
it's
go
about the
check it out.
creation of National Lampoon's Vacation, or National Lampoon's
the
not
magazine,
Vacation, but
and
the magazine
progress,
I meant.
Yeah, the progress of all the movies and everything. But go
and
check
and
it
the
out.
line, of course, comes from Animal House, which I think that's where it leads up to eventually in the story. But
that's the title of that movie comes from Animal House. But this guy wrote this movie and was best friends with Chevy Chase, and they worked together pretty tightly along with Brian Doyle Murray and Harold Ramis making this movie. And this movie is one of the funniest things ever made, ever. That is hysterical. Like, I mean, the shots of the turd in the pool, or the candy bar in the pool, are literally straight out of Jaws. Like, they've got the horizon water level shot where the people are freaking out, and you see it floating there, and like the underneath shot right there. It is.
It's no big deal.
And then Murray eats it.
When he eats it and they pass out, it was just great.
Here it is. It's no big deal. He just bites
no big deal. Still good. What's funny is they used to cut this out on television, which is hilarious. But
that's the irony of a man eating a candy bar. But Chevy Chase, everybody is top notch on their game in this movie. They're just making shit up. This whole movie is just crazy make 'em ups, as Christopher Walken would say. It's just crazy made up shit, and they put together a movie. I love this scene when he's opening the bottle of oil and he accidentally dumps the whole bottle of oil all over her back. You can see the reaction on her face. She's like, "You fucking asshole."
I love where he slides off too.
Yeah, he flies right off of her. Oh God, it's so funny. There are so many amazing one-liners in this movie. Oh my God. The boat scene is fucking hysterical.
Oh yeah.
When the wife's christening the other shitty boat and she breaks the mast off, and then Rodney Dangerfield rides in with his big ass yacht. Hey Schmales, my dinghy's bigger than your whole boat. And no one else can do Rodney Dangerfield's shtick. Nobody. This guy is like the definition of what the Hebrews call utzing. Like rubbing an elbow in your side. Get it? Really? He's literally like got his eyes open. Oh, looks good on you though. He does that shit. He's the only one that can do that. It's the funniest thing ever. I cannot say enough good things about it.
Well, that's why the sequel didn't work with Jackie Mason. Right?
Yeah. If it would have been with the original cast, boy, that sequel would have been on fire. Yeah. But I love this movie. I saw this when I was a really little kid, which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Right. But, I mean, this movie was just like I was raised with it. You know what I mean? It was
one of the first R-rated movies I saw.
I did, yeah. Same here. We had it on the not the laser disc, but the other one, the big cartridge that goes.
It's the record. And
CED. Yeah, and we could pause it. We would pause it and rewatch scenes and laugh our asses off. This was also probably the as many of you might already know, but just in case you don't, this is probably the only appearance between Bill Murray and Chevy Chase.
Yeah.
I love Judge Smales. Oh, the names are great. Judge Smales, Bishop Bickering, Carl Littbaum.
Well, they had another scene that got cut out.
Oh yeah, the lawnmower.
Where he almost killed Chevy Chase on the fucking lawnmower.
Yeah.
Oh God.
But I'm really there's there really isn't much more to say other than if you haven't seen this movie, you are seriously missing out. This is a classic piece of American comedy.
Well, you got to remember, it was a big deal because these two got in a fist fight a couple of years prior to this.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
they-
Bill Murray and Dan
Chevy,
Aykroyd.
yeah.
I mean,
Chevy
Chevy
and-
Chase, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They didn't like each other.
No.
Chevy Chase, when he
Everybody-
came back to host Saturday Night Live, he was a real prick.
Yeah, everybody ended up getting into a fight with Chevy, which is unfortunate.
Bill was the only one who actually went after him, though, physically.
Well, that's because, well,
that we know of. That we know of.
Yeah,
Let's
I'm
say.
sure it's happened many other times, but yeah, this movie is fucking fantastic. It really doesn't get any better than this. Go back one more.
That was
Mike.
that's some
craters,
matte
the crater
paintings
stuff.
there. Great matte work there.
So if you go back
Check-
to the crater, whoa, hello,
Yeah,
I'm having
hello.
a seizure.
There we
They
go.
are the craters.
There we
That
go.
one right there.
So these were actually matte paintings done by a guy named Rocco Giffrey, who
Wow.
worked on, I mean, every ILM
Yeah.
project, Star Trek, Star Wars, Indiana Jones. He did these beautiful craters in the golf course, which obviously they didn't really do, but they're massive from the plastic explosive little animals that Bill Murray put in the gopher holes, which is
Although I believe didn't
great
the
touch.
real explosives go much bigger than they had anticipated?
Oh,
though,
I'm
Gary, if I remember
sure.
right.
I'm sure.
There's
That
a
was-
story about that too. Yeah, where some people were pissed.
That was probably that fucking maniac Joe Viscoso, if you know who he is. He's a fucking lunatic. The guy in Tropic Thunder that Danny McBride plays is
He's
based on him.
Yeah.
That's a real guy. But yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. But yeah, there it is. The Industrial Light and Magic's contribution to Caddyshack, the gopher, which is one of the funniest things ever. There we go.
Gopher. Boobies.
Nice. Look at that. Those hot
There we
chicks,
go.
man. That was when comedy was comedy, and you could be, enjoy being a teenage boy.
Oh yeah.
fucking-
Well, that was what it was
fucking-
all about. It was nice that my dad had bought us the laser disc thing or the other disc thing because we could pause those moments and I'd be like, "Wow, get boobs," Anyway, on to somebody else.
But let's go. We've got a member of the cast here from Caddyshack. We've got Caddy Steve here. Hail, Caddy Steve. How you doing?
He's been a caddy
Well,
for
hello.
40 years, evidently.
Yeah.
looks-
You tried to caddy for Chevy Chase, and you're like, you're a fucking dick.
Yep.
No.
boy, what a spot on outfit, man. Looks great.
Oh man, this movie is so. There's only two movies that make me laugh throughout the whole entire movie. This movie and Tropic Thunder, and it has to be because of the improv of Bill Murray. He is. I don't care what this guy does. I adore this guy's comedy, and I try to hone in his comedy a little bit. Maybe not so much, but I try. I love Roger Dangerfield in this movie. He is hilarious. This entire movie, where it's supposed to be about the caddies, and it ends up not being about the caddies, is just perfect. I remember when I watched this movie, my dad at the time, he's like, just don't tell your mother. That's all I got to say. And I watched it and I was like, what the hell? What? It's everything about this. I remember I watched it a few weeks ago. I'm dying laughing. And my wife is like, what is so funny? I was like, I'm watching something funnier than you. But it's when I actually met Chevy Chase during the community show, the community college, and he was a dick to me. And I was like, wow. And I adored Chevy Chase all through growing up. And I was like, and I've heard he's an asshole, he's a dick, whatever. And I was like, no, he's not. He's Christmas Vacation. He's just like, and I've put him on a pedestal, and I finally met him. I was like, you're a fucking dick, dude. Like, fuck, dude, let me kick your cane out and see how you can walk. But
Yeah, he was a pain in the ass, man.
Oh, dude, it was. And I was only asked to show the things around the college that I was going at that they were filming at. And I was like, all right, sure. But the pool scene, that's a legit true story. I tested that out with a Baby Ruth. When I saw that, I was like, all right, when living in the Midwest in the South, and I was like, all right, they clear out the pool. They don't know what the fuck it is. So I'm like, what the fuck is that? And they're like, I don't know. When
You
I
really
did it,
that, really?
oh yeah, dude. One guy's like, it looks like a fucking alien. I was like, what? But they'll clear out the pool in the south. I don't know what it is in the east coast or the west coast or whatever, but in the south they'll clear it out. But if you go in deep south, they're like, yeah, it looks normal.
Well, here in California, they jump into the pool when they're shitting it.
I know, they're like, I want to taste it. But this movie, it's one of the few comedy movies I can watch and just laugh and adore it for the improv and the everything about it. Chevy, no matter how much you think of Chevy Chase now, back then he was funny. The whole scene where he's trying to oil, I didn't know this until Gary mentioned it, where he just like shoots all the oil out. I'm dying laughing. I'm finding more new things about it. The scene where the guy's like, well, we're waiting. I adore this movie so much. It's such a great movie. If you feel down, depressed, or whatever, dude, watch this movie. You're gonna feel great. With Bill Murray improvising the scene where he's hitting all the I think it's all the flowers or the bushes right before he gets asked to do the scene where he goes with the priest in the rain. Like, what the fuck? Like, no one would do that, and he just does it. The priest dies. He's like, well, I'm gonna go walk over here. It's everything about this. Bill Murray, I think, is the king of this movie. He saves this movie so much with his
Actually, I got to correct you on something, and I really hate to do this and be the nerd. He doesn't die. Here's something for you to check out in the next time you watch the movie. He's at the bar later on drinking all fucked up.
Wait, when was this?
It's like 5-10 minutes after that scene, somewhere in there. Like, you see him off to the corner in the bar drinking. Yeah,
he does.
I guess I've never seen that.
Yeah.
Hey, I actually have a Bill Murray golf story. If you guys are interested, I'll be real quick about it.
Oh, Bill loves golf.
So we don't live far from the Pebble Beach Pro-Am, and back in 1996, I think it was 97. My buddy Casey and we were out at the course, and everybody goes out there to go see Bill Murray. Nobody gives a shit about anybody else. I mean, some of the golf people do, but really, like 80% of the people go out there because they want to go see Bill Murray. So we go out there, and he's at the putting green, but he can't. He walks over and he can't find his ball, right? So he grabs some old lady's purse from the crowd and he dumps her fucking purse out on the green, right? And he's like, I can't find my ball. It's not in there, right? He's dumping all her shit out on the green, like her lipstick and her fucking wallet and shit, right? And people are just like some of the the security guards that are like, oh my God, this is getting really bad. So my buddy Jack is with us, and he's wearing a red sweatshirt. He's like, oh, maybe you have my ball. And he grabs Jack by the red, like it's one of those drawstring sweatshirts, and he closes him real tight so the hood goes like this, and he yanks him out on the green. He's like, oh, look, I got a little Red Riding Hood here. Have you seen my ball? Right? It was fucking hysterical. The guy's insane, dude. The guy's fucking crazy. And they threatened to kick him off that year. They're like, look, we can't have you back. But I think the tour said, no, he brings in like 70% of the crowd here, so you will have him back. Deal with it. It's Bill Murray. Just fucking deal with it. He is more insane in real life than on the screen. Anyway, that's my story.
He is a maniac. He's licensed to kill gophers by the government of the United Nations. Free man, free to kill gophers at will. To kill, you must know your enemy. In this case, my enemy is environment. Environment that will never quit, ever. They're like the Viet Cong, Varmint Cong. You have to fall back on superior intelligence and superior firepower. And that's all she wrote.
Dude, when he's got the like branches on his hat, and he's going out to he's got the sniper rifle. I never noticed he had 2 6-packs of beer with him.
Oh yeah, he's ready to get down.
Oh God!
I I remember I told my boss when I worked at a coffee shop before I met Gary, I was like, in near Pebble Beach, I was like, hey, if Bill Murray walks in, I'm fucking bringing him in. We can make coffee, and he can just do all the Caddyshack lines. And my boss was like, no. And I was like, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. He's going to do it. He never showed up, though.
Yeah, he never does that at the golf course. People quote Caddyshack to him all the time. We started quoting like Kingpin to him when we were kids, and he actually started screaming at us. It was pretty funny.
Hey,
at the top of his lungs.
Hey, Mike, pull up the one just two above the him watching the ladies.
What up, ladies? I got Tommy. I gotta hide.
Very dirty girl.
Like, oh, Mrs. Crane, I'm looking at you. You're green, so you could hide. I don't blame you. You're a tramp. Oh, that was right where you wanted it. Oh, Mrs. Crane, you're a little monkey woman. You know that? You're a little monkey woman. You're lean and you're mean. You're not too far between either, I bet, are you? Oh, you like to wrap your spikes around my head?
Oh, that bit.
Jesus. Oh, God. Andy, what do you think about Caddyshack?
Oh, my God. Okay, so when this thing came out, my brother Mark is 4 years older than me, and so all of his friends went to see it. And my first experience with, let me back up for a second, because kids today are missing out so much on like the gratuitous nudity that was just available on cinema all the time. I remember going to see Lifeguard with Sam Elliott back in '76, and me and my brother Ed were sitting in this one row, and my dad went and sat 3 rows behind us, and I'm sitting there eating popcorn, and the girl runs out of the shower naked, and my brother goes to cover my eyes, and I'm holding the popcorn, so I go to like knock his arms out of the my dad gets a shower of popcorn 3 rows behind us. So when this one came out, I was like, Dad, all my friends are going to see Caddyshack. Can I go say it? Like, sure, we'll go. And probably for the next 5 years, at least, you would never be at a party where somebody was not quoting lines from this thing like over and over and over again. And this was a magical time too, because this was right around the time VCRs first started to become like mainstream. And this was one of the things that people like always had. Everybody you knew had a VHS of Caddyshack. So everybody you ran into, if you were like, in our, demographic of like a blue collar guy, everybody knew all the lines from Caddyshack, and you could just drop into it at any point. And it was not uncommon to be at a party, and all of a sudden you would just see scenes being reenacted from the movie, poorly and usually drunk, but it was an amazing time. And it makes me sad that kids today will never ever have a movie anywhere near as good as this. I mean, if you look at some of the comedies that have come out in recent times that have been pretty good, like like Ted and stuff like that, and some of the American Pie movies, they don't come close to the brilliance of this. I mean, the talent that was put in here. I mean, Ted Knight was so good at being irritating and just like, well, we're waiting, and Rodney Dangerfield was just a treasure. I mean, this
Ted
guy
Knight was just being Ted Knight, really.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I love that one. That's when he tells him he's gonna buy Bushwood.
You do that laugh.
Meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice.
Well,
sorry, Andy, keep going.
But yeah, if anybody has not seen this, like, it is a cinematic crime. It's like this may not be like textbook cinematic perfection, but in terms of pure entertainment and pure laughs, if I look at it this way, if I meet somebody and they don't like dogs and they don't like Caddyshack, I'm probably not going to like them.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of it really sets the bar. Yes, it's completely juvenile humor, but it's juvenile humor at its best.
Right. And it's just so much fun. And fun is in short supply
Amen.
these days. Mexican Iron Man, anything you'd like to say about Caddyshack?
I've probably seen it 30 times and I laugh every time I've seen it. And that soundtrack, that song, I'm all right, dude. Just when that song comes on, I think of lines and I start laughing.
Amen.
And Tom plays it on Made Radio pretty often. So it's really a joyous. This movie is just unbelievably hilarious. You don't have to be a golf person to laugh at it either, because I never have been a golf guy. I love this.
Yeah, man. Talk about MILF there.
Yes,
Right?
sir.
Gilf.
Yeah, you guys have said everything, so yeah.
I hate to cut in, but there's one thing I just want to add. Like,
Sure.
as good as much as I love this movie, one of the best experiences I had with this was like a few months ago. I introduced my son to this. We sat down and we watched this, and he's like, "Oh, great, another '80s movie," and he laughed his ass off. And now, like, it's not uncommon. Like every couple weeks in the kitchen, like we'll pass each other, and there'll be a line of Caddyshack like exchanged. It's so it does transcend generations.
Mhm.
That's good.
And I think the reason that is there's none of the humor in the movie itself is dated, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
It's not full of a bunch of references to modern day shit. It's not talking about, like even Airplane is a movie it's getting to a point where it's starting to get a little dated because some of the references and stuff like that. There's a load of jokes that kind of get lost in that. But I think Caddyshack has that evergreen quality to it because there's always going to be, people who are less fortunate who feel like they're left out and or fortunate enough, but they'll be treated like crap. Yeah, here's the original Gopher just for reference.
Wow.
No, it looks
Yeah.
terrible. My
I
Yeah.
God.
didn't notice that.
Yeah. And this is one of the most famous publicity stills out there, but that is the original Gopher that they had.
Wow.
And they're like, yeah, we got to do something about this.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I had no idea, Tom.
It's just basically a hand puppet.
Yeah. That's great.
But no, it's a timeless humor. It has all kinds of humor. It has dialogue humor. It has situational comedy. It has, physical comedy, especially Bill Murray doing all three of those, really. I mean,
Yep.
So, I mean, and again, to me, there's a pedigree behind it, like I said before, that I don't think we'll ever see again. And I think you're right, guys, about how since that era, there has not been, sure, we've had our, 40-Year-Old Virgins and, American Pies and whatnot, and they're good, but they're not Caddyshack good, right?
We
They're
got
not
close
Ghostbusters
with the
good.
original Hangover, but not.
Yeah, they're not Animal House good. Well, and even Hangover I liked better the first time when it was called Dude, Where's My Car? Right? I mean, it's really the same story, the same jokes throughout the whole thing, but yeah.
It's just a joy. It's just a fucking joy. It's so much fun, and we just don't have any fun in movies these days. I mean, one of the things that SJWs and woke wankers hate more than anything else is just fun. Because, it doesn't support the cause. It doesn't change society. It doesn't put, imperialist patriarchs in their fucking place. They have no time for humor because it doesn't advance anything. Of course, they don't have any souls to feed. They don't have any fucking minds to feed. It's all empty calories, politics, and fucking guilt. What joyless, sad fucks.
Well, they're too used to getting offended, right? Like if they were to watch Caddyshack, they'd just be offended. They'd be like, oh, the sexism and thisism and thatism. It's like, no, the women are having just as much fun as the men in this movie, if you ask me, for the most part.
They're afraid to have fun.
Yeah. It's just fucked up. So I'm really glad we got to talk about this movie and share, the joy of these movies. That's the whole point of this segment. It's something that a lot of channels don't really do. Is all they do is bitch and moan about, this is wrong or that is wrong. But then you forget why you fight, which is out of love, because we love these things and we want to preserve them for kids and future generations, and like Andy's son, and it's a bridge between generations. It's like part of the oral tradition, only it's recorded. And to kill that is a way to kill the culture, to stop the culture moving forward and reshape it. It's like a Genesis device reshaping our culture by destroying it and rebuilding it in favor of their new matrix, which is woke. And that is why I spend hours every fucking day that I'm healthy, fighting against this shit with a joke, with an insult, with a review, with a video, or just on Twitter, like putting some woke fuck in their place. Because one step at a time, we fight for the stuff that we love. And that's Caddyshack right here.
Genesis, what's Genesis?
Genesis, what's that?
I
Don't
see,
insult my intelligence, Carl.
It's a progressive band from the 70s. What do you want with them?
Oh my God. So I guess we're going to wrap this up. I don't think, let me see if there's any super chats, Tom, that,
I just wanted to double check, but yeah.
While he's doing that, there's some graphical images. DC, if you could just share my screen real quick. I missed these earlier. These are shared by our good friend Svet for Hire and
oh hell yeah.
Douglas
Oh my
Nelson.
God, look at that. That's Sauron. That's Sauron, isn't it?
It's feminine.
Oh, yeah. Hello. And then we've got here our
Yeah, I was
close-up.
looking for that picture, damn it, earlier. I couldn't find it. That's the picture I was looking for, though. Yeah.
That's the t-shirt.
Yeah, that's the armor.
You can see the seam from the shirt.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right?
It's beyond a joke, man.
It's Under Armour meets Hanes.
And then
I wonder if you
lastly,
can buy
we
that.
have this one.
And I see what he's talking about there. The rope is even on the shirt itself. If you go back, that's not a real rope there. Look at that, because it ends right there at the bottom there.
Right.
That's not even there. That's like drawn onto the thing or printed onto the thing.
You
Right.
spend $1 billion, and this is what you come up with.
And this is your star. Yeah, this is one of your stars of the show.
Yeah.
I understood, when I watched Planet of the Apes. Yeah, back in the day, they didn't have the money to give everybody ape makeup. So sure, some of the guys in the background had Don Post masks on. We knew this.
Yeah.
We let it slide. Like whatever.
That looks like garbage, though.
But compared to that, even that looks like garbage.
And finally, we have an insider's view of Zaslav.
I hear
People
you
have
all
wondered-
whine like children.
How is he able to do the things that he does? And now we know.
I was a child once too, and I had to learn to put away childhood things. And now I'm going to put away your crap.
Fuck you, SJWs. Fuck
Snap.
you. Jack White with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Jack says rings of power is what you get when you hire people who believe everything is political. P.S. Tom, Embrace Group is the same company that put out the new wonky Saints Row game.
Embracer Group did?
That's what Embrace Group is, the same company that put out the new wonky Saints Row game. So that's what he's telling you.
Pro game?
I don't know what that means. I don't know anything about
The Saints Row game, I think.
Oh, Rogaine.
Oh,
okay.
I thought I said Rogaine, like a new deal.
Oh, Rogaine, something that's in your medicine cabinet. Buddy.
Yeah,
I'm like,
but you have to
what
use
you
it on your
talking about?
fucking legs and ass. That's my problem.
Yeah, don't use it on your ass. Use it on your head. Steve.
What do you say?
That's why it didn't work.
That's why we had braids coming out of those short shorts. It was terrible.
Cornrows.
Cornhole rows. Cornhole rows.
I'm not seeing.
And
I see THQ Nordic, but I know. Are they part of Embracer?
I don't really know, man.
Because I'm not seeing Embracer directly here, but
Well, he'll look into it, Jack. Thank you. And Jack White also says with a $2 super chat, next retro review, you must do Ghost in the Shell. I don't know that a lot of you guys have seen that, but we'll. Oh, Jack White says I meant Woke Saints Row game. Woke Saints Row game. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking it up here, and I don't see
you,
Embracer
Jack.
Group involved outside of THQ Nordic. I think is the only connection there, but I'm not 100% on that.
Well, you can look at it in a little
Yeah.
bit.
Are there any more super chats for Tom? Because
That's what I'm saying. Nicholas Horton
Yeah.
with a £5 super chat. Thank you. Nicholas says, DC, will we ever get another Doomcock and Andre collaboration live stream in the future? The first one was great. Yeah, I'd love to do that. Maybe Tom,
One
you
of
can
these
relate
days.
that to Andre and ask if he would be interested.
Yeah, the big thing is just the time difference, right? Like, I mean, he's usually sleeping most of the times you're streaming, and it's also very difficult to get you on in the morning streams with your schedules. So, yeah, we'll just have to try and find a way to sync up some schedules here sooner than later, and I'm sure we can work something out.
That would be a lot of fun. And our Fletch, I think that's it for you, Tom. So you can head on
All
out,
right.
brother.
Thank you so much, guys, and thank you for having me, Doomcock. I appreciate getting to spend time with you guys.
It was a lot of fun, man.
Thank
and
you,
you're
Tom.
always welcome.
Love you,
and
Tom.
God
You're the
bless you,
best,
Tom. We
man.
love you,
We
man.
love you.
Love you.
See you
baby.
later.
Night, guys.
Later.
Good night, my friend.
Bye.
John Edgar with a $5 super chat. Thank you, John. Says, I'd rather sew a pair of boobs on my back and take work on a Saudi oil freighter than watch Rings of Girl Power. Hail DC and hail George. Thank you, John.
It's on his back
Oh,
and
God.
working on an oil rig.
And
A
by the
Saudi
way,
oil freighter.
Shitty life, dude.
and
That's
if you're
a shitty
watching
life.
now, please subscribe to George the Giant Slayer channel. He is
Yes.
creeping up to 25,000 subs. He's only a couple of hundred away. Please subscribe
Amen.
to his channel.
He is a great guy. Thank you, John. That was hilarious. So a pair of boobs on my back and take work on a shoddy oil freighter, then watch Rings of Girl Power. Amen, John. Well said. Svenger McSpazzy with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Svenger McSpazzy. Says, at what point do we start pointing the finger at Simon Tolkien for his Judas betrayal of his grandfather's legacy for a few dollars? A couple of months ago. I mean, I can't understand. Simon fucking Tolkien cannot be poor, cannot need the money, just fucking greed, just straight up fucking greed. And it makes me sick that you would betray your grandfather's legacy and really the larger society in general just to fucking make a few bucks. It almost makes me as sick as fucking Patrick Stewart perverting his own legacy as a Picard just for I don't know what the fuck his fucking problem is. I can't stand to look at the fucking guy now, honestly. Proto Badger with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Proto Badger. Says Mrs. Proto Badger going to love the cooking show. You all are the highlight for her special Mexican Iron Man. She adores her hero. Well, you have a huge fan. Mrs. Proto Badger is a fan of yours, Mexican Iron Man. So there you go.
Yes, thank you very much. We talk. Yeah.
But do you talk dirty?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, I don't know what's going on here. Hail Proto Badger and hail Mrs. Proto Badger, and of course, hail Mexican Iron Man. Sir Chi 87 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Sir Chi. Says Rings of Power should be called Rings of Compton. We'll see what the extent of that is, Sir Chi 87. We'll see. It's possible. Admiral Teague. Been a channel member for 8 months at the Dominion level. Thank you, Admiral. Says report to McCoy in sickbay, Malige. Hail Doomcock. Thank you, Admiral. Yeah, it's been a little bit of a hard day. I've got a lot of work to do. Toddzilla with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Toddzilla. Says no joke. I own Amazon stock into the 5 figures. I'm terrified of the stock plummeting. Toddzilla sell. I mean, if you're that deep into it, I mean, I don't know anything about the stock market, but I do know that Rings of Power is going to stink. I don't know how bad it's going to hit Amazon. I have no idea. I don't do anything with the stock market, but shit, I don't know. I think about it. Thank you, Toddzilla. I hope for your sake the stock doesn't plummet. I like Amazon in general, but this is fucking sad. This is just a disgrace. Let's see. Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, DC, you should play the Metro series of games and the Crisis series. Oh, and Mike, the Alf doll, you should arrive at your house in a couple of days.
Oh.
Uh-oh. I'm disturbed.
I'm telling you guys better lay off this Alf shit. He's going to go nuclear Iron Man real soon.
Uh-oh. He's going to go insane. He's going to sing I'm Not All Right. If we go
Alf is like my gopher.
No. Are you gonna? Oh, that would be funny. Then we
There you
could
go,
see,
Fet
like,
for
you,
hire. There's your next
tearing up a
graphic.
golf course trying to take out Alf. That'd be great.
Dun,
Sean
dun.
Carter with an incredibly generous $50 super chat. God bless you, Sean. You're very kind, man. Thank you so much for your generosity and support. And Sean Carter says, first scene of the movie shows a concrete truck from Bonanza Concrete, which was a common sight in the San Fernando Valley from the 70s to 2021. Wife worked there for 16 years. Their closing is what caused us to have to move. Bittersweet memory. No shit. So in the first scene of the movie, it was a Bonanza Concrete truck.
Which film?
I guess he's talking about Caddyshack.
The first scene in the movie is a golf course, but maybe it's when Danny's riding his bike.
Yeah, when he's riding his bike.
I didn't notice. Okay.
But he says it was a common sight and a nostalgic one for in the San Fernando Valley growing up as a kid. Wow. Super cool, man. Well, I'm sorry about that, Sean. This is a melancholy memory, brother. Thank you, though, for your kindness and generosity here. And Toddzilla with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Todd. Says, on a daily basis at work, I use Ted Knight's famous line, "You'll get nothing and like it." RCA electronic disc player. So you had that, Gary?
Yeah, I don't know if you know the technology, but it was basically a record. It was a movie on record. And you would flip the cartridge over or something like that, and it was like a giant floppy disk, and you would insert it in a thing, and you could watch the movie. It was crazy.
It's cool. I've got 3 discs for the RCA electronic disc player that one of my fans sent me of Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, knowing that I would guard these archive precious artifacts. And treasure them,
Save them.
Yeah. Treasure them because, it's hard to find the original Star Wars and those are genuine artifacts.
But you'll have to find the player now.
Yeah. Almost impossible, but fuck it. Whatever. Jason with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Jason. Says war is the only thing that resets acceptable humor. Well, we are in a war, my friend. We're in a culture war and, I don't know what to tell you. We're going to keep fighting it until we save that stuff. R. Fletch with a $2 super chat. Thank you, you wonderful, wonderful cat. R. Fletch says, how much money for that t-shirt print armor? I don't know. $8 retail, probably. If you got it silk screen in bulk, I mean, it'd be a lot cheaper, I guess.
Actually, there's a cosplayer, and she has a line of fabrics that are all geared towards cosplay. They carried it like Joanne Fabrics and some other fabric stores. You could probably pick that up and make a shirt out of it, and actually sneak onto the set, and you could probably double.
They think you were actually one of them if you had a shitty costume. That's funny. Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says the literal premise of this game, Woke Saints Row game, is that you are committing crimes to pay off student loans. Well, Biden's announcement was terrible news for them.
That's irrelevant now.
Oh, no.
Tough shit. Well, say la vie. Fuck you, Woke Saints Row game. Jack White with another three $5 super chats. Thank you, Jack. Man, you're very kind to me. Thank you, sir. Jack White says, how far are you in Bleach? What episode are you on now, my lord? P.S. That's how this generally works with wealth. The grandkids usually end up wasting it. I can't remember right now, Jack. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. This week has been very hard. I'll get back to you on that. I felt too bad to even do subtitles this week. So I haven't really made any progress. I can't remember which episode I was on. I have to check my queue. But I'll get back to you on that. Thank you, Jack. Jack also says with two other $5 super chats, Jack says, unfortunately, the Tolkien family was fairly unlikely to be an exception to that rule with wealth. Yeah, it's sad. And Jack White also says to Mexican Iron Man, P.S. The Alf doll comes with 12 volumes of the series World's End Harem. Wow. What a gift, dude. Wow.
Okay, maybe this I'll like, and we'll make an exception.
Wow, Jack, that's very generous of you, man. That's very generous of you. Shit, I'm
I've
jealous,
seen some
Mike.
of it on video, but wow, okay, cool.
That's fucking fantastic. So it's a square up for the indignity of the Alf.
Yeah, this elf might not be so bad, and this elf won't make it to the gun range like the other ones.
Thank you, Jack. You're a generous soul. God bless you for spreading wisdom and manga and anime around the world. And Proto Badger with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Proto Badger. Says, Overlord, you and Gary and Mike and Andy and Steve and Tom are Mrs. Proto Badger's heroes. Wow. Very honored, my friend. Very honored indeed. Thank you so much. I'm touched, man. I'm really touched. Thank you. And Lou Capadona. Hail Lou Capadona with a $5 super chat. Lou says, Cobra Kai in less than 2 weeks. Let's crane kick some woke wankers and support a show that cares for fans. Hey, man, I can't wait. I'm going to binge the fuck out of Cobra Kai. When a Cobra Kai comes out, a season, you drop everything and you fucking watch it because, that's the way we win the war, right? Thank you, Lou. That's good news. At least it'll be some balm for our suffering. Hamilton Berger, who's been a channel member for 2 months. Thank you, Hamilton. Says, just saw this and have to head to bed. But glad to see you're feeling better, DC. And looking forward to the replay during work tomorrow. Oh, great, man. Hamilton, you're in for a good show. We had some real fun tonight. And it was a really good show with a cooking segment that you're going to find interesting. Let's just put it that way. And Monkey Jeebus, who's been a channel member for 2 months. Thank you, Monkey Jeebus. Says, El Perro is coming for you, Mexican Iron Man.
Whatever.
El Perro.
Yeah, El Perro de Nero. That's a puppet on another channel, Snowda Music and Entertainment, where I've been Perro's another arch enemy. There's Alf, there's Perro, Doomcock, what do? I have all these enemies.
And you're such a nice man. Well, it gives you a chance to blast shit with your armor. Otherwise,
that's a good idea.
I know a guy who has a big hammer.
Yeah. Rancor Steve has a big hammer, and one of them's made of wood. Your Muslim uncle, who's a channel member for 19 months. Thank you. Your Muslim uncle says, Shake's praying for you, CD. Great episode. I'm honored. If the Shake is praying for me, then I'm certain to get better very soon. That's a great honor. Thank you.
That happened earlier today. I talked to him early this morning. He called me, hit me up. He heard how bad you were doing on the Friday show, and so he hit me up. And
God bless. That is so kind. That is so kind. Thank you, your Muslim uncle. Thank you, Sheikh. Thank you, Mexican Iron Man. We need to do another live stream with him soon.
When you're better, boss. When you're better.
Love to do it. We're going to talk about movies, right? He had to cancel then, and we got kind of confused and lost, but we need to do it again. It was a wonderful show. And Jack White also says, by the way, Mike, the manga site I sent you a link to, you can read World's End Harem on.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying. I already started.
Oh, you already did?
Yeah. That's what I was trying to say earlier, that he sent me those already.
It's good stuff, man.
Yeah.
Really good stuff. Thank you, Jack White. Jack White, man, he's great. And Anti-Derivative Jill, a wrench of mine and a channel member for 22 months at the Exalted Archvillain level. Thank you so much, Jill. Says, is Raiders the retro movie for next week? Also feel better. Thank you, Jill. I'm trying hard. Gentlemen, what do you think? What should be our retro movie next week? Should it be Raiders or something else?
Yeah. What are the suggestions?
Well, Raiders of the Lost Ark. There was a Ghost in the Shell recommendation. I don't really have.
I can't really say Ghost in the Shell. I enjoyed it, but I can't think of it as a classic one we love. I mean,
yeah. I'm up for Raiders.
Raiders. I can't believe we haven't done it already.
I can't either. Let's go ahead and do Raiders, okay?
Yeah. Jesus, I cannot believe we haven't done that one.
Well, it's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Done.
And surely one of the greatest films ever made, without a doubt.
I have a lot of fun toys to show you guys from Raiders.
Oh man, God, that's a great movie.
Whole lot.
Unfucking believable. I can't wait. All right, you guys. Well, it looks like we have come to the end of this particular rainbow tonight, which is good because I'm going to go lay down. But I had a great time, and again, we would not be doing this show if not for Gary Ambrosia, Rancor Steve, Mexican Iron Man, and Andy Masterson this week, because I was just too plowed under to do it. Also, Sean Carter in the chat is saying, how about coming up with ideas and let us in the chat vote on the next week's movie? You pick the genre and we pick the movie. We could maybe think about doing that. I don't know how we would tally that, but we could certainly try, huh?
Some kind of audience participation would be nice, I think. Yeah.
I think so.
We could do a I know how to do that. We can do is we could spin it, or something. There's a way to do that for next
I have
week.
an idea though.
That is a good idea.
We're coming up on Halloween. Like maybe we should go for like every other week, like a horror movie up until Halloween.
Oh yeah. That's a good idea. We could also debate like the greatest, like what's the greatest horror movie of all time? That'd be interesting. And I miss Kelvington on the show as well. SHS Rebels 08, certainly do. Gary Ambrosia, plug away, my friend. How are those bunnies doing?
Oh, they're doing okay now. Thanks to folks like you out there in the chat that are nice enough to throw $1 or $2 toward my wife's rescue, the bunnytrailrescue.com. The little critters got to eat. So I thank you for doing that. Even if you can just stop by and, say hi on the chat, the login there, and give it a click or a view, that would be great. Also, our good friend Comic Relief Crusader has a request. So if you could connect with him on Twitter, that would be great. He's a little bit in need of help. So check out his Twitter account and see what he's got cooking over there. Other than that, keep watching the show. Come back every Sunday. We love you guys. I love you personally. Love you more than Mark Ruffalo, way more than Mark Ruffalo. And you know how much I love him. So, yeah, I love y'all, and take care of you guys. I will see you next Sunday.
Thank you, Gary Ambrosia. And the link to the bunnytrailrescue.com will be in the chat there.
Thank you.
Rancor Steve, man, you dressed up. You went above and beyond. You're amazing. You are the original caddy. You are the real caddy.
I try. You guys I had a blast. This is one of my favorite episodes. You guys can catch me on, too much whiskey, I guess. I don't know. But you guys can catch me on YouTube, Instagram. If you type in Rancor Steve on YouTube, Instagram, or Rumble, you can find me there. I'm going to do movie reviews, eventually live streams, whatever, just any random stuff. If you guys want me to break shit, I can do that. No problem. But I had fun, dude. I had fun doing everything on this show, filming. Yeah.
It's so much fun, man. So much fun. Thanks, Steve. And Andy?
Everyone, I'm very grateful that our Overlord is on the mend, and very soon, we'll be back up to speed. And we can't let our guard down. We have to understand that there's always a perpetual danger of Harvey escaping. And this is where it comes to you ladies. Harvey is easily distracted by breasts. And when that siren goes off, we need you. We need you and your fleshy puppies to save the world.
There's the alarm.
It's true. It's the only thing that can delay me, the inevitable. Do I like boobs a lot? Yes, I like boobs a lot. Boobs a lot. Boobs a lot. Yes, I like boobs a lot. So, back to you, Chet.
Thank you, Harvey. You inspired him, Andy. Laboratory of Mayhem, right?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. It was a lot of fun tonight, and of course, Mexican Iron Man, the hero. He coordinated stuff. He worked behind the scenes, kind of rallied the troops, and stepped up and produced tonight. And just what a great guy. Thank you, Mexican Iron Man.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to be of service to you and Xanadu. for all you've done for my family and for all you do for all of us fans. I want to thank Tom for being a special guest. I want to thank George the Giant Slayer. Please subscribe to their channels. I want to thank the whole team. I want to thank Douglas Nilsson, Andy, Steve, and of course Gary, who put together all the pictures. I just formatted them and all that stuff. And subscribe to George's channel. Check us out on Midnight's Edge After Dark. And by the way, if you're here at Xanadu, make sure you're subscribed. And if you're not a member, become a member. It has its benefits.
Absolutely. And by the way, YouTube unsubscribed about 120 people in the last day or so. So check to make sure you're still subscribed, because they unsubscribe people regularly.
Wow.
And it comes in waves sometimes. And this time, yeah, about 120. So one of them may be you. So just check and make sure you're still subscribed. Nicholas Horton says bye-bye with a bye-bye sticker. Thank you, Nicholas. You are awesome, Nicholas. Jack White with a $5 super chat and another message to Mike says, Mike, I just sent you an email with a link to the manga Gantz.
Thank you, Jack. Opening it up
Jack's
now.
a great guy. And the Tingler 1959 with a $5 super chat. Thank you. The Tingler says wonton soup for getting better. Oh man, wonton soup. That sounds fucking great. Thank you. The Tingler 1959. You guys are awesome. And Nicholas, you're awesome, man. Good night to all of my wrenches. I will not be coming by the wrench chat. I'm going to go lay down. But I wanted to let you guys know how much I appreciate you. Canadian Spider-Man, Anti-Derivative Jill, SP4H, Lori Wilson, all of you wonderful, wonderful folks. Heather L, Stellar Heather. I believe I saw her earlier as well. You guys are just so so awesome, and I'm greatly appreciative. Apple 2GS was also here tonight. All you guys showing up, very much appreciated. I look forward to feeling better so I can hang out with you guys after the show again. All right, guys, from the center of the earth, this is Dictor Van Doomcock bidding you all, my friends, you stay angry, stay vigilant, stay happy, and have a wonderful weekend. I mean, weekend shit. See,
you got to take me off the big screen, DC, so everybody can wave goodbye.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. See, I'm kind of loopy. There we go. All right. There we go. From the center of the earth. Oh, and King Chris, channel member for 2 months, says, had a wonderful time tonight. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, King Chris. And thank you for being an arch villain, my friend. We're going to have an arch villain live stream here maybe this week if I can pull it together. All right. From the center of the earth, this is Dictor Van Doomcock bidding you all, my friends, stay angry.
Night.